NOMINEE. An action-packed shadow boxer thriller. Chapter 1. The phone trilled on the nightstand. 3 a.m. Brill rolled over and scooped it up without seeing who it was. There was only 2 people who had this number, and only one who called him this early in the morning. "I thought you would be running," said Carver. His deep, melodious voice sounded like it belonged on a radio or television announcer. His South African accent muted but clipped after many years in his adopted country. "Another hour," Brill answered. He had planned to do heat training today. 18 to 24 miles that put him under the noon sun at the hardest part of the run when the willpower was sapped and the sweat stopped running. This was the way he tested his body over and over again, working on that part of the mind that begged him to stop, begged him to quit, and sharpened the senses of his bulletproof will. Carver knew he wasn't an early morning runner, so it was a constant joke between them. Brill wondered if his business partner ever slept, since the man ignored all propriety of time boundaries. "We've been hired," he said. Brill sat up on the edge of his bed and rubbed his eyes. The room was lit by ambient light, leaking in through the double-paned windows, casting the room in an unearthly glow. Normally, he wouldn't be this visible through unshaded windows. As an assassin, he had completed many assignments from great distance, hitting targets through windows. The first shot would shatter the glass, the next shot would finish the contract. But he had double-paned windows that were tinted with reflective material. He could see out, and no one else could see in. It allowed him to look out over the back of the property with a clear field of view, and anyone trying to look inside might as well be looking in a mirror. "What's the job?" he asked, and wondered if he would be able to train. "Have you been following the election?" Carver didn't bother to ask if he watched television. That particular habit, Brill never picked up. He did enjoy an occasional movie, but only from the back row, and only if he could put his back against the wall. He never watched television, preferring to exercise and read, and sometimes just sit in silence alone with his thoughts. He did keep up with current events, though, especially political races, since so much of his previous work was courtesy of the men and companies in charge of hiring the politicians. "I don't do bodyguard work," he said into the phone. "Not since the senator." He referred to a previous job Carver contracted for them. He had been tasked with recovering a kidnapped senator from a homegrown terrorist group in Florida. The white knights of the dumbass rednecks thought they could advance their agenda with a ransom. They reaped a fate worse than what they planned for the woman. "It's detective work," said Carver. "Intel gathering. Our specialty." Brill stood and dressed with one hand, slipping into running shorts and shoes. Intelligence gathering could wait for a couple of hours while he notched up another run and quick workout. Getting older sucked, and it was harder and harder each year to maintain his edge. The abuse heaped on his body over some rough years was beginning to take its toll, despite the constant exercise, yoga, and mostly plant diet. Still, some days hurt less than others, and this day running in the pre-dawn 70-degree weather would get his blood pumping before they met to discuss operational details. "What time?" he asked Carver. "Opening," he said. "Meet you there." His partner hung up, and the clock was ticking. He had just enough time to run to the townhouse, a restaurant in downtown Oviedo they used as an impromptu office and meeting place. First one there got the gunslinger seat. Second to arrive picked up the check. He slid a prepaid card and phone into a running belt, set the lock on the door, and took off at a 7-minute mile toward the Cross Seminole Trail. Meeting at Town Center. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Brill arrived last. The run across Seminole County had been good, but the light was against him when he crossed the street, and a short line of cars held him up. He saw Carver's truck as he jogged across the parking lot. The town center was open, but just barely. Brill grabbed a towel hanging on a bike rack by the front door and wiped down his face, arms, and legs. The Florida heat and humidity made sweating as expected as afternoon showers from July through September, but Carver had considered his companion and left a towel for him at the door. He crossed inside and settled into the seat with his back to the door. Carver smiled with huge white teeth. Peg strolled over with a fresh pot of coffee and poured 2 cups without asking. "Morning, boys," she yawned. "It is a good morning," Carver winked and blew steam off the thick mug. He watched Peg saunter away. There was no need to order. The 2 men were regulars and ate the same meal each time. It made serving them a breeze, and Brill always left a $20 bill on the table as a tip, no matter who paid the bill. Brill took a swig of coffee and settled back in the chair. He fought the urge to glance over his shoulder at the door, but tilted his head so his right ear was aimed more in that direction. He could hear the door open if anyone came in. Carver watched the micro-change in his posture and smiled even wider. "You should have ran faster, my friend," he beamed. "You got lucky." Brill took another sip. "Next time." "I am feeling particularly ravenous this day," said Carver. "Perhaps I'll order a second breakfast." "You're getting soft in America." Carver patted his rock-hard belly. While he didn't run or work out as much as Brill, because his field work days were far behind him, he did maintain a strict regimen that kept him in fighting form. "I must start working on my soft belly," the South African grinned. "I need it to fit in with you." Brill lounged in the chair and looked anything but soft. His average features were offset by an athlete's body, more visible in running shorts and shirt than he normally allowed. He was built like an endurance athlete, or a Spartan warrior from the movies, though his abs weren't airbrushed on. The muscles in his arms and legs were etched like a marble statue, and he worked hard to maintain it. He was an elite runner with several dozen 100-mile or longer ultramarathons on his resume, but chose to hide behind clothing most of the time. It kept people guessing. Average man, average height, average face. Until they saw his eyes. Carver was used to them. He knew they sparkled sometimes, and belied a sense of mirth that was as dry as the Gobi Desert and tended toward gallows humor. He stared into the black shark eyes now, and let the smile slip from his face. "This situation we find ourselves in," he said, and set the coffee cup down. "The pay is good, but you may want to turn down the job." Brill took a sip of coffee. "When have I ever turned down an offer you vetted?" Carver nodded. Brill was right, their partnership worked well. He found the jobs, Brill executed them. Sometimes, literally. "This came to me through our senator friend," Carver continued. "Someone has threatened to kill one of the candidates. Someone is blackmailing that same candidate, and the man he hired to find the blackmailer was murdered yesterday. She sent him our way." "Which candidate?" "The green one. Derek Green. He had been on the board of directors of Barack, a defense contract company Brill had worked for in the past, and had direct connection to Shelby Johnson, former senator that he had butted heads with on leaving the company. Their paths kept crossing across the globe, though. Brill gave a fleeting thought to fate and the whims therein. He felt a little like Michael Corleone, because once he thought he was out, they kept trying to pull him back in. "Do they know it's me?" he asked. Peg came back over with 2 plates of food. 2 omelets, 4 bacons per plate, and fruit for each of them. The same meal, prepared the same way. "Salt and pepper." She nodded toward the back of the table next to the napkin dispenser, even though they knew where it was. She almost counted the 4 shakes each Brill put on his plate, and on Carver to line them up again at equal angles. "Regulars." "She has shared that with the campaign," Carver answered as he tucked in. Both men took small deliberate bites in an orderly fast fashion. They treated food as fuel and acted accordingly. Each had been jungle-trained, and MREs or tins of beans cooked over a wet campfire gave them matching palates. "Did he talk to Shelby?" Brill asked. His relationship with the former senator was contentious at best. "She didn't say who he spoke with, but if he was in that company, he will be aware of you. And they still want to hire us." Carver reached down on the seat beside him and slid a folder across the laminated tabletop. "We're borrowing the plane to get there." He tilted his head toward a printed itinerary. "I've booked a hotel under your alias, and you've got a 10 o'clock appointment with the Green." "Damn politicians," Brill sighed and scraped the last bite of egg off his plate. He finished the coffee. "The ones here aren't as bad as the men from my country." "They're all the same," said Brill. "Power does that to people." "We have power, my friend," Carver reminded him. Indeed, they did. Part of their business was the power to change worlds. It was something they both considered often. "Another day," said Brill. He raised his coffee cup in a toast, which Carver returned. It was their code to talk more about it later, a philosophical debate that required cold bottles of beer and quiet places to contemplate their actions. Carver pushed back from the table and stood. "I'll drive you to the airport." Brill motioned Peg over and handed her 2 folded $20 bills. "You going on a trip?" she asked. He winked with a smile. He and Carver were going to have to review operational security in their cafe discussions. A great thing to talk about on the drive to the plane. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Carver raised his arm and held out a fist. Brill bumped it and slid out of the truck without saying a word. He walked across the tarmac toward the waiting G6. Most of Brill's flying had been done in the back of military transports, or even worse, on barely airborne contraptions held together with spit and duct tape. The billionaire's plane was different. As part of a deal Carver worked out, after they did a job for the man, they had use of his private jet anytime he wasn't using it. What made the deal even sweeter is the man had 2 private planes. The G6 was staffed with a pilot and flight attendant, depending on the length of the flight. Domestic travel usually meant pilot only. Brill saw the young man standing beside a box. "I've done the pre-flight," the pilot greeted him with an outstretched hand. "The plan is filed, so we can go when you're ready." Brill scooped up the box and hefted it through the doorway before jumping in after it. "Wheels up," he said. The pilot folded the stairs into the body of the plane and locked himself in the cockpit. Brill settled into one of the overstuffed leather seats with the box planted between his feet. 2 quick rips tore it open to reveal a couple of suits, a couple of pressed shirts and shoes, plus clothing for the trip in a bag. Carver had outfitted a kit for the trip. The suits were nice, modified off the rack and slightly tailored. The shirts were pinpoint cotton, simple white and blue with black and gray suits. Tasteful, conservative, altered so he could slip into a shoulder holster for the Glock 19 at the bottom of the box. He stripped the weapon and checked the action before loading the clip and 2 extra magazines. Carver was meticulous in cover prep, so there was a wallet in a pouch with ID for his AKA, including credit cards and cash. The plane made altitude, and Brill stripped down to wash in the lavatory. It wasn't a proper shower, but the itinerary had him in an embassy suite hotel with the campaign, so he could clean up better later tonight. He dressed in the black suit with a white shirt and rolled the tie up to stuff in a pocket. He had never been one to wear a tie, and even though he was planning to play where it was part of a practical business uniform, he didn't plan to start. He cinched up the shoulder holster, seated the weapon, and practiced a couple of draws. Brill preferred to wear a pistol in the small of his back, but there must have been practical reasons Carver didn't include it, or a backup piece. No worries, he thought. Both would be easy enough to get when he landed. He dropped his running shoes into a plastic bag and put them inside the garment bag. He could grab shorts when he landed, but these shoes were broken in and still had a couple of 100 miles left in them. He might crank that out in a weekend. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Brill stepped off the plane onto a private airstrip just outside of Chicago to a view of the city skyline. A black town car waited for him, with a burly driver leaning across the hood reading a folded paper. Brill adjusted the cuffs on his suit and checked the room in the shoulders discreetly. He had fast access to the pistol under his arm. He thanked the pilot and let himself into the back of the car without speaking to the driver. The man knew where he needed to go. The drive was quick. They crossed the river and maneuvered through traffic with ease, the driver relaxed and quiet. Brill admired his confidence. He kept both hands on the wheel loose, and his eyes roamed the mirrors and rode ahead. He had training, and it looked comprehensive. The car rolled to a gentle stop in front of a skyscraper. Brill cracked the door open and glanced around before stepping out. "Nice driving," he said to the driver. "Name's Jock," the man answered without looking back. "Tell them to assign me if they keep you on." Brill nodded. Jock was ex-military, or had training of some sort, and picked up on him instantly. It was one of the problems he had to deal with often. If someone had combat experience or extensive training, they could pick up on a vibe put out by predators. Maybe it was the way they carried themselves, or the way they watched the world around them. Jock was a sheepdog or some sort of protector, a driver with bodyguard training hired by the candidate's camp to keep him safe, Brill supposed. They sent the man to feel him out and take his measure, and Jock wanted to keep him close. That meant he was good. Brill could feel him watch as he made his way across the sidewalk and into one of the entrance doors to the side. Two men approached him. They were taller than he was, almost of equal height to each other. They wore simple suits and rubber-soled shoes, earbuds and bulges under each arm indicating they had weapons. Brill had to hand it to Carver. His own suit was better quality, looked more elegant, but he could fit right in with the protective detail. "We've been waiting for you." He held up a printout next to Brill's face and nodded to his partner. "May we escort you upstairs, sir?" asked the second. Brill kept both hands loose from his side, relaxed and ready. He nodded, and the two men turned to lead him back to the elevator. Good. If they had flanked him, alarms would have gone off in his head, and he would have wondered if Shelby made some sort of deal with Green about bringing him in. Or some other entity got to the candidate with a better offer. He was wanted in a lot of places, but not usually by the authorities, though Interpol could ask him a lot of questions on black sites across the continent. They entered the elevator and didn't object when Brill settled against the back wall and stared at the wires running to earpieces. The one on the right pressed a button for the 40th floor, and both men stood at ease. More military training. They each kept one hand loose, ready to go for their guns. Again, he approved. Whoever was hiring for Green was making good decisions. The elevator slowed, and Brill watched the men tense up. It wasn't much, just a small change in posture, each shifting slightly away from him to either side off the elevator. The doors pinged open, and Brill dropped to his knees, fell to one side. He punched the left knee of the man on the right, made him collapse. 3 guards jammed their MP5 barrels into the door opening, searching for him. Brill yanked the bodyguard up as a shield with one hand and pulled his pistol with the other. 4 pops rang out in the tight confines of the narrow car in the space of 2 seconds. Bullets plowed into the chests of the 3 guards trying to come through the door, knocking them backwards. The 4th shot slammed into the chest of the second man in the elevator and bounced him off the wall. He fell gasping. Brill hauled the other man up with him and planted them in the corner, hiding behind the squirming body. He shoved the smoking pistol barrel against the base of his neck, and the man went still. The elevator doors didn't close, so he knew they were being remotely controlled. He studied the roof, looking for options. If they tossed in a flashbang, it was gonna hurt. If they rushed the car, they could take him. But there would be casualties. One of the panels above his head had to be removable. If he could get to the roof, there should be an access ladder for maintenance. Brill Wingfield, a voice called out. He froze. That was not his alias for this job. It was a test, the guard in front of him grumbled. The man on the floor groaned and rolled over. Son of a bitch shot me, he croaked. He was wearing a vest. Brill played it over in his mind. All of the men were wearing armor, so his chest shots would have knocked them down, maybe cracked a few ribs. They would live. What kind of test? He dug the barrel of his Glock deeper until the bone under it was grinding. The man whimpered. It was a test, said the voice from the hall. Shelby said you were good. He didn't say how good. Brill had a choice. Maybe it was a test. 50-50, the man was lying. If he peeked around the corner, even a half-decent shot could take his head off. Their guns would be trained on the edge of the doorway where he was hiding. He needed one of the most ancient art forms of war. He needed a distraction. Brill aimed through the top corner of the open door and fired 2 shots into the ceiling. At the same time, he tripped the guard he was holding and catapulted him out of the door in a sprawl. The man skidded 4 feet. He leaned around the edge of the frame from knee level and aimed. The guards were weapons cold. Their sidearm were still in the holster, rifles strapped down on their backs as they tended 3 men who lay on the floor wincing and moaning. A taller man stood behind the guards. He wore an expensive suit, carried no weapon, and Brill pegged him as 2 things. The boss, and the most dangerous man in the room. Jock said you looked like an accountant, he called out. He held out a hand. Wanted to make sure Derek was getting his money's worth. Your file is incomplete. Brill glanced at the 4 wounded guards, 5 if you counted Pride. That was a big chance the man took with 5 lives just to gain some information. His file would always be incomplete, no matter how much data was dumped in it. A past mission to save a hacker earned him eternal gratitude and a Trojan horse virus coded just for him. He shook the outstretched hand and let the man do the power grip to prove he was stronger. The boss was taller than Brill, thin brown hair buzzed to a crew cut, gym muscles stretching the seams of his expensive suit. His ice blue eyes were wide with dilated pupils. He was hopped up on adrenaline, and Brill suspected something else. I'll take you to him, he nodded down the hall. But I'm going to need that weapon. Brill glanced at the men on the floor again, but they were too occupied with their pain to pay attention to him. He stepped past the boss and began walking down the hallway, disassembling his weapon. The boss hurried to keep up. Whoa, cowboy, he grabbed Brill by the arm. Brill slipped sideways and put his empty pistol into the man's grip. The boss growled. You didn't share your name, Brill kept walking. I told Derek not to hire you, the man grinned. His teeth were polished to a brilliant sheen, veneers giving him a perfect smile. It didn't touch his eyes. We could have handled it. Brill released his hand and stood with his back to the wall. The 3 guards he had shot in the elevator were helped to their feet by their partners, and the 2 bodyguards he escorted him up were commiserating together not too far from them. Seems like you've got it under control, he said. The smile dripped off the man's face, and he sneered at the men. They're not like us, he said in a lowered voice. Brill nodded. Are you the one to bring me up to speed? He asked. The man nodded again. I'll take you in to meet Green. Then you're working with his campaign manager, Karen. Brill motioned with his hand, after you. After the ill-conceived test this security head had tried to pull just to find out a little more about his skills, there was no way he was showing his back to the man. The guy might get an idea to try and choke him out, or worse, and then Brill would have to kill all of them. That might draw the police, and things would really get complicated as he had to make his escape. While he had no problems hurting or ending the lives of soldiers and guards set against him, Brill respected the police too much to wish them harm. They were just good men, trying to do a mostly impossible job in situations where they were perceived as the enemy. If they went up against him in an escape attempt, he wouldn't kill a cop. Better to just keep the man in front of him, so they wouldn't have to explore that path. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. So you're him. She took a long time studying him, as if she could see past the plain suit, plain shirt, plain face crossed with scars. He shrugged. Rumor is you're a dangerous man, she said. She stood with her legs shoulder-width apart, like she was ready to take on a tempest. Hair pulled back into a sensible ponytail, designer suit nice but not too expensive. She was toned and tight, muscular without losing the sense of femininity. Former athlete, runner or track in college, now doing CrossFit to stay in shape. Maybe rowing, he guessed. The way she was standing told him maybe she wanted to fight. Once upon a time, he smiled. I retired from danger to pursue a life of leisure. She locked in on his eyes and tried to suppress a shudder. Everything about him was forgettable except for his eyes. Hurt pain, black dark wells that drew you in and held you. As if they could strip away the artifice and know you. Shark's eyes, she thought. I'm glad you're here, she held out her hand. Do you know why I called? You've got a problem. You can say that again. Walk with me. She marched down the hall, a woman with too much to do and no time to do it. You've got a problem. You said that already. She jerked a smartphone out of her jacket pocket and began typing furiously. You told me to say it again. She stopped and glared at him, took a step back when he returned the look. I'm sorry, she said. There's just so much to do, and this fiasco on top of what we're trying to accomplish. Competitive, he thought. Small chip on her shoulder, about playing in a male-dominated field. Her manner wasn't overcompensating. It was because she so badly wanted to prove herself. And she was winning. Her green candidate was ahead in all the polls, was probably going to be the next leader of the country. His win would put her in a chief of staff slot, another first in history. That was a lot to carry on her muscular shoulders. He allowed a little bit of snappish behavior with that much behind it. I'm here to take a couple of problems off your plate, he told her. Some of the tension leaked out of her shoulders as she sighed. Not much, though. Thank you, she whispered. Where do you want to start? He glanced up and down the corridor. People were avoiding them, but he could see them bunching up at the edges of the hallway, waiting their turn to deliver information to her. Let's go to your office, he suggested. You tell me a few things, and I'll get out of your hair. She nodded and led him to a door at the end of the hall. She led him into her office. Even though the campaign headquarters were temporary, her office decor looked professionally done. Tasteful leathers, brilliant chrome, and recessed lighting, all designed in a modern feel that evoked comfort and progress. It managed to look futuristic and antique at the same time. Even though he wasn't a design guy, he appreciated the aesthetic, even as he wondered which corporate sponsor donated toward the cause. Care to sit? Something to drink, she offered. He accepted a bottle of Voss water she pulled from a mini fridge but didn't open it. Where do you want to start? Usually at the beginning, he said. But I may be a little late for that. Just bring me up to speed. What do you know? She challenged. Not enough. She quirked up an eyebrow and frowned. All right, she sighed. 2 weeks ago, we got a video file in an email we can't trace. It was Derek, and one of the interns in his office after hours. The angle of the picture showed the camera was inside his office, but when we checked for hidden recorders, everything was clean. The email requested a sum of money and concessions in the campaign platform. Politically motivated. "We don't think so," she said. She was lying, of course. It was in the way she was standing, death grip on the edge of the desk, white knuckles sticking out against her tan skin. Eyes wide with sauce-sized pupils, staring directly at him as if daring him to contradict her. Brill almost called her bluff. It would startle her. She would deny it, of course. Another lie stacked on top of the first. The stress would induce a fight-or-flight adrenaline dump. Her pulse would rocket, cheeks grow flush. It happened in all but a few sociopaths. Lies made the liars uncomfortable. It didn't bother him. Shelby had told him once, back when it mattered, that he had a certain moral flexibility missing in most folks. The majority of folks, he later learned. He knew that's why he was such a good killer. And liar. The woman in front of him was good. She almost believed herself. Which meant she knew the killer, or was the killer. And Brill knew, without a doubt, there was no intern. Girl was the one caught having sex with Green. Someone was blackmailing them both. Campaign manager outlines problem. Blackmail, detective killed, threat on candidate's life. How do you get started? Take me to where it happened. That look again. Hooded eyes, slight blush. He assumed it happened in the HQ, so the room would be close. She led him there without another word. It wasn't Green's office nor hers, but a conference room on the corner of the building. Long table surrounded by leather chairs. A buffet against one wall where a coffee service and water could be set. Windows on two walls, floor to ceiling, and open to the skyline. Brill put his hands behind his back and walked to one window to stare out. He didn't like being this exposed. His work put him in a lot of situations where he was the one looking through office windows, usually with a scope and a plan. The view was spectacular. Buildings blocked the horizon, but he could glimpse the gray waters of the lake and brown sand of the beach by it. He studied the buildings across the way, and she let him. After a moment, he moved to the other wall and spent time staring out that window. He was looking for patterns. The training he had received and drilled into him over the years taught him to identify and recognize patterns. That way, when something was off, it triggered a reaction. "Do you want to see them?" she asked. "The pictures. They must not show her face," he thought. Which meant they were on the table, probably with her laying back while the nominee mounted her on top or while standing. Her face would be blocked by the height of a chair back. He turned his head and looked at the table. "Was it that building?" he asked and pointed. She nodded, pupils growing wider. This time, it wasn't a lie that made them grow, but surprise. "One floor up and across," she added. "Corner room." Brill smiled. "I'll go investigate." "Do you want guard to accompany you?" She wanted him watched, he surmised. Guard would be a plant feeding her information, probably to keep her identity secret if he discovered it. "Not yet," he said, and walked out of the room and headed toward the building across the street. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Brill crossed against traffic, dodging between two yellow cabs and a black town car that looked like it cost more than the GDP of a small country. None of the drivers honked, though one did offer the universal one-finger salute of urban friendship. Brill ignored it. He had a schedule to keep and a lock to pick. He pushed through the revolving door into the lobby of the building directly across from Green's headquarters. The space was all marble and polished brass, smelling of floor wax and money. A security desk stood in front of a digital directory board, manned by a rotund guard who balanced on a thin rolling chair like a ball on a stick. The guard glanced up as Brill entered. He saw the suit, tailored, expensive, confident, and his eyes slid away instantly. In a building like this, suits were camouflage. You didn't question the suits. You held the door for them. Brill nodded as he passed and pressed the button for the elevator. The doors slid open with a soft chime. He rode it up to the 5th floor. The hallway was quiet, lined with doors marked with the names of shell companies and law firms that probably only existed on paper. Brill walked past them, his footsteps silent on the industrial carpet. He stopped at a door that was blank. No nameplate. No number. Just a frosted glass panel that looked like it hadn't been cleaned since the Reagan administration. He tried the knob. It turned. Lucky. Or careless. Brill stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The room was an empty shell. Gray carpet, white walls, drop-ceiling tiles stained with watermarks. It smelled of dust and dead air. But the view was perfect. The far wall was entirely glass, looking directly across the street at the campaign headquarters. Specifically, at the conference room where Karen claimed the blackmail video was filmed. Brill walked to the window. He stood to the side, using the frame as cover, and looked out. He could see the long table, the leather chairs. If he had a scope, he could read the labels on the water bottles. It was the sniper's view. Or the photographer's. He looked down at the carpet near the window. The pile was mashed down in 3 distinct spots. A tripod. He knelt and examined the indentations. They were shallow. Recent. The carpet fibers hadn't bounced back yet. Someone had set up here, filmed what they needed, and left. They hadn't stayed long. Brill measured the distance between the marks with his hand. A consumer-grade tripod. Flimsy. The kind you bought at Best Buy for $50. A professional would have used something heavier, something that wouldn't shake when the trucks rumbled by outside. So the blackmailer wasn't a pro. Or they wanted to look like an amateur. Hey, you can't be in here. The voice came from the doorway. Brill stood up slowly. He didn't turn around fast. He turned around like a man who belonged there. A woman stood in the hall. She wore a blue maintenance uniform and pushed a cart loaded with cleaning supplies. She looked tired, angry, and about 50 years old. "This floor is closed for renovation," she said, pointing a spray bottle at him like a weapon. "You got a permit?" Brill smiled. It was his "I'm a confused businessman" smile. Harmless. Apologetic. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm looking for the leasing agent. The directory downstairs said this suite was available." Directory is wrong. Directory is always wrong. You need to go downstairs and talk to management. "I will." "Absolutely." Brill walked toward her. He didn't rush. He kept his hands visible. "But before I go, maybe you can help me. I saw someone in here yesterday. Thought maybe the office was taken." The woman frowned. She lowered the spray bottle. "Yesterday?" "Yeah. Guy with a camera. Setting up near the window. I thought maybe they were filming a commercial or something." The woman's expression shifted. From angry to annoyed. "That wasn't a commercial," she scoffed. "That was that skinny guy. The one with the bad tipper's face." "Skinny guy?" "Yeah. Came in here flashing a badge. Said he was a private investigator. Said he needed to watch the street for a cheating husband." She snorted. "Cheating husband? In this neighborhood? Everybody's cheating on something, honey. Usually their taxes." "Did he give a name?" "Badge said Miller. Or something like that. Didn't look real to me. Looked like something he printed off the internet." "Miller," Brill repeated. "Did he leave anything behind?" Just a mess. Coffee cups. Sandwich wrappers. I had to clean it up this morning. Disrespectful is what it is. Did you throw it out? Of course I threw it out. I'm a cleaner, not a museum curator. She gestured to the gray trash bag hanging off the side of her cart. It's in there. Unless the rats got it. Brill reached into his pocket. He pulled out a $50 bill. Folded it lengthwise. I'd love to take a look at that trash, Brill said. For my records. The woman looked at the money. She looked at Brill. She looked at the empty office. You're not a businessman, she said. No. You a cop? No. Good. Cops don't tip. She snatched the bill from his hand and tucked it into her pocket. Help yourself. But don't make a mess on my floor. Brill opened the trash bag. It smelled of floor wax and stale coffee. He dug through the layers of paper towels and dust bunnies. He found a paper cup from a coffee shop called The Daily Grind and a crumpled receipt. He smoothed out the receipt. It was for a ham sandwich and a coffee. Paid with a credit card. The last 4 digits were visible. And the name. A. Miller. But it wasn't just the name. At the bottom of the receipt, someone had scribbled a phone number in blue ink. And a note. Call G regarding package. G Green. Or girl. Or guard. Find what you needed, the cleaner asked. She was leaning against her cart, watching him with amusement. I think so, Brill said. He pocketed the receipt. That guy, she said. Miller. He seemed nervous. Kept checking his watch. Like he was waiting for a bomb to go off. Maybe he was, Brill said. You gonna find him? I'm going to try. Well, when you do, tell him he owes me $5 for the coffee stain he left on the carpet. I'll tell him. Brill walked past her to the elevator. He pressed the button. Miller. A private investigator. Nervous. Watching the campaign headquarters. It fit. The amateur equipment. The bad cover story. Miller wasn't a blackmailer. He was a hired gun. Someone paid him to take the video. Someone paid him to set up the shot. Who? The note on the receipt said, Call G. Brill stepped into the elevator. The doors closed. He had a name. He had a receipt. And he had a lead. Now he just had to find A. Miller before whoever hired him decided he was a loose end. Brill checked his watch. 11:45 a.m. He had a feeling Miller's clock was running out faster than his own. He hit the lobby and walked out into the bright Chicago sunlight. He needed to find the Daily Grind. And he needed to find out where A. Miller lived. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The police station was a fortress of red brick and bureaucracy, smelling of floor wax, stale coffee, and the unique sharp scent of people having the worst day of their lives. Brill walked in through the double glass doors. He bypassed the line of citizens waiting to file reports on stolen bikes and noise complaints. He headed straight for the main desk, where a sergeant with a neck thicker than his head was staring at a computer screen. Help you? The sergeant grunted without looking up. I need to speak with the detective in charge of the Miller case, Brill said. Homicide. The sergeant finally looked up. He took in the suit, the lack of a tie, the way Brill stood. He didn't see a victim. He saw a problem. Detectives are busy. Take a number. He jerked a thumb toward the ticket machine. I don't need a number, Brill said. I have information. Everyone has information. Fill out a form. Brill leaned on the counter. Look, Sergeant. A private investigator named Arthur Miller was murdered. His office was tossed. I was just there. I saw something your guys might have missed. The sergeant's eyes narrowed. You were at a crime scene? After the fact. The tape was down. If the tape was down, we're done with it. Go home. The sergeant turned back to his screen. Dismissed. Brill didn't move. He needed to get upstairs. He needed to see the file. He needed to know what Miller had found before he died. He could force it. Make a scene. Get arrested. But that would burn his cover and waste time he didn't have. He needed leverage. He walked away from the desk, finding a quiet corner near the vending machines. He pulled out his burner phone. He dialed a number he hadn't used in 6 months. Dirtbag Murders, a voice answered. Female. Tired. Joe, Brill said. It's me. Silence on the line. Then a sharp intake of breath. You have some nerve calling me, Joe Burns said. After the stunt you pulled in Dakota. I saved your life in Dakota. You blew up a helicopter. The paperwork alone almost killed me. I need a favor. I'm a deputy sheriff in North Dakota, Brill. You're in wherever you are. What kind of favor? I'm in Chicago. I need an introduction. To a detective here. Homicide. Why? Because a pie is dead, and the local PD is stonewalling me. I need to get past the desk sergeant. You're investigating a murder. I'm investigating a blackmail scheme that turned into a murder. It's messy, Joe. And it's going to get messier if I don't see the file. Joe sighed. The sound of a lighter clicking, then an exhale of smoke. Who's the detective? I don't have a name yet. Just the case. Arthur Miller. Pie. Body found 2 days ago. Hold on. He heard typing. Fast, efficient. Joe was good. She had access to databases that linked agencies across state lines. Okay, she said. Arthur Miller. Assigned to Detective Gwendolyn Sharp. 12th District. Sharp, Brill repeated. Good name for a cop. She's new to homicide. Transferred from Vice 6 months ago. Clean record. High closure rate. Can you call her? And say what? That a ghost is standing in her lobby. Tell her I'm a consultant. Tell her I have federal clearance. Tell her I can help close her case. Are you federal? Today I am. Fine. I'll make the call. But if this blows back on me, Brill. It won't. I just need 5 minutes. Give me 10. She hung up. Brill waited. He bought a bottle of water from the machine. He watched the room. The sergeant was still ignoring the line. 2 uniformed officers brought in a teenager in cuffs. A woman was crying into a cell phone near the door. 10 minutes later, the phone on the sergeant's desk rang. He picked it up. Listened. His eyes scanned the lobby. They landed on Brill. He frowned. Said something into the receiver. Hung up. Hey, the sergeant shouted. Suit. Brill walked back to the desk. You didn't tell me you were one of us, the sergeant said, his gap-toothed smile splitting the folds of his cheeks. The hostility was gone, replaced by a wary camaraderie. I'm undercover, Brill answered. Does that explain the lack of ID? It explains why the deputy chief just called down to clear you, the sergeant said. He buzzed the gate. Upstairs. 2nd floor. The bullpen. Brill nodded. Thanks. He walked through the gate. He could feel the sergeant's eyes on his back, re-evaluating him. Wondering which agency he belonged to. Wondering who he knew. Brill took the stairs. The air grew heavier as he climbed. The smell of coffee got stronger. He pushed through the double doors into the detective squad room. It was exactly what he expected. Desks jammed together. Filing cabinets overflowing. A whiteboard covered in names and dates in red marker. It smelled like stale coffee and frustration. Brill zeroed in on the source of the coffee odor. A pot full of black sludge stood against one wall, daring the brave to venture a cup. 3 detectives were at their desks. One was on the phone, yelling. One was typing with 2 fingers. One was eating a sandwich and staring at a file. A closed office door at the back rattled as someone yelled from inside. Brill leaned against the nearest empty desk and waited. "Can I help you?" The detective eating the sandwich looked up. He was heavy, sweating through his shirt. Nameplate said Leslie Johnson. "Looking for Detective Sharp," Brill said. Johnson snorted. "She's in the box. Getting chewed out by the LT." He jerked his thumb toward the closed office. The yelling stopped. The door opened. A woman walked out. She was lithe, muscular, with dark curls pulled back in a messy scrunchie that was losing the battle. She wore a blazer over a t-shirt and jeans. She looked tired. She looked angry. She walked to her desk, ignoring the sympathetic glances from the other detectives. She slammed a file down. "Rough meeting?" Brill asked. She spun around. Her eyes were gray, sharp, intelligent. She assessed him in a second. Suit. Posture. Hands. "Who are you?" "I'm the guy who called about Miller." "The consultant?" She frowned. "You don't look like a consultant. You look like trouble." "I'm both," Brill said. "Joe Burns says hello." Her expression softened slightly. "Joe said you were unconventional." "She's polite." "She also said you could help. Though I'm not sure how. The lieutenant just told me to close the Miller file. Said it's a robbery gone wrong. Said we don't have the resources to chase ghosts." "It wasn't a robbery," Brill said. "And I'm not a ghost." He lowered his voice. Miller was a pie. He was hired to dig up dirt on a political candidate. He found something. And then he died. Sharp stared at him. "How do you know that?" "Because I found his receipt. And the note he left on it." She looked around the room. Johnson was listening. The other detectives were listening. "Not here," she said. She grabbed her jacket. "Let's go for a walk," she said. "And you can tell me exactly what you found in my victim's trash." Brill smiled. She was smart. She was cautious. And she wanted to solve the case. "After you, detective." They walked out of the squad room, leaving the stale coffee and the bureaucracy behind. Chapter 8. Brill walked down the street searching for a payphone. He carried a burner provided by Carver, but he wasn't ready to give up the number until after he checked in with his partner and handler to give him an update on the situation. He knew the South African would be hard at work gathering intelligence, making queries, and trying just as hard as Brill to connect the dots. Once they compared notes, it would be easier to identify a plan and execute the mission to success. It was just how they operated well together, with the former freedom fighter ensconced in his Florida farm, working through internet routers, and Brill doing the work on the ground. Payphones were becoming harder to come by, but he wanted the anonymity it provided when he called Gwen Sharp. She would have been motivated to call the number he left, just to find out more information about the man who disappeared from her office. That is, if she was a good detective. If she didn't call the number, that would be just as telling, and Brill could work another avenue of approach. He spied a bank of 3 phones inside the lobby of a building downtown. The familiar blue and white sign led him to a hallway along the side. He dropped 2 quarters into the phone and dialed the number for the detective squad. She answered on the first ring. "Homicide, Detective Sharp." "This is the reporter from the Times." He opened and heard a sharp intake of breath. Right now, she could be motioning for a trace from one of the other detectives in the squad. He tried to listen for the sounds of bodies scrambling or hushed whispers, but nothing came through on the phone. "I wondered when you would call back," she said. "You were so sure I would." "I reached out to Joe Burns," said Sharp. Brill let a little tension out from his shoulders and reminded himself to do some meditation after this call. Every time he was in a new town and new situation, the uncertainty would do a number on his shoulder and neck muscles. He needed to breathe and center himself before the next phase of the mission. "What did she tell you?" "That you were good people and I should help." "That all?" "Just your name," said Sharp. "Your first name." "Brill." "Is that enough for you?" "It wasn't," Sharp answered. "It's not like there's a secret cop handshake we learn on initiation and suddenly we're all part of this club." "The boys in blue." "Exactly. There are jurisdictional exceptions, but you have a couple of things going for you." "Such as?" Brill glanced around and watched the front doors. If the detective was engaging him to buy time, a couple of uniforms would show up in the next 3 minutes. He could spy their approach, and all they would find is a dangling phone. But there was a chance that Sharp was legit, that Joe had said enough to convince her to help. He would give her a shot. "She said you were a G-man, or had been but wouldn't tell me what agency." "All right," he said. He had never told Joe his background, nor anything about himself really. She deduced his training on her own through the power of observation. That, and the fact that a platoon of private military contractors showed up to try and kill both of them when she called in a background check. When he saved her from that, he bought some good graces. Plus, she's a lady cop talking to a lady cop. That gets her the benefit of the doubt. "I'll extend that same courtesy to you when you come in and tell me what you want." No cops at the door yet, so she must be playing it legit. Brill nodded, but kept his eyes on the door. "I'll share some of what I can," he said into the receiver. "But not in. Out somewhere. Preferably dark. Preferably with craft beer." "You're asking a lot," she told him. "Not too much," he said. "You sound like I need a drink." She snorted a laugh through the phone. "There's a bar I know, McNally's. Little basement shithole, but the ale is good. Weird crowd most of the time. You'll fit right in." 30 minutes, he asked. "Make it an hour," she told him. "I still have to write up a report." She hung up the phone. He'd have to find the pub, but at least Sharp was willing to help. Unless he showed up to an ambush. If that happened, he hoped he wouldn't have to hurt too many cops to get clear. That was never good for business. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. McNally's pub smelled of hops, old wood, and the faint coppery scent of secrets. Brill watched Gwen Sharp over the rim of his glass. She was still nursing her first beer, her gray eyes scanning his face like she was trying to decrypt a file. "You said Miller was murdered," Sharp said. "The ME hasn't ruled yet. It's listed as a suspicious death." "It's murder," Brill said. "Professionals don't leave bodies unless they want to send a message." Miller was found in an alley 3 blocks from his office. Wallet gone. Phone gone. But his keys were still in his pocket. Robbery gone wrong. Robbers take keys. They hit the apartment. They hit the car. They don't leave the keys to the kingdom in the victim's pocket. Sharp frowned. "You think they wanted us to find the office untouched?" "I think they were interrupted. Or they were waiting for someone else to open the door. Like us. Like us." Brill finished his beer. "We need to go to his office." Tonight. Before the scene gets colder than it already is. I can't just break into a crime scene with a civilian, Sharp said. There are protocols. Warrants. Miller is dead. His office is a commercial lease. The landlord won't care if a detective stops by to check the locks. And I'm not a civilian. I'm a consultant. Sharp stared at him. She looked at the scars on his hands. She looked at the way he sat, back to the wall, watching the door. You're not a consultant, she said. You're a shark in a suit. Consultants bill by the hour. Sharks eat when they're hungry. Right now, I'm hungry for answers. She sighed, pushed her half-empty glass away. Fine. But if we get caught, I'm arresting you for trespassing. And kidnapping. Deal. They left the pub. The Chicago night was cool, the wind coming off the lake carrying a bite. Sharp drove an unmarked Ford Taurus. It smelled of mint gum and gun oil. Miller's office was in Wicker Park, above a dry cleaner that had closed for the night. The street was quiet. Streetlights cast long, yellow shadows on the pavement. Sharp parked a block away. They walked to the building. Front door is keyed, Sharp said, checking the lock. Back door is better, Brill said. They went down the alley. It was narrow, littered with dumpsters and broken pallets. The rear door was steel, dented with a heavy deadbolt. Brill didn't pick it. He pointed to the frame. Look, he said. The wood around the striker plate was splintered. Freshly painted over, but the texture was wrong. Rough. Someone forced it, Sharp whispered. And tried to hide it. They're inside. Brill drew the Glock from his shoulder holster. He moved to the side of the door. Sharp saw the weapon, her eyes widening slightly, but she didn't comment. She drew her service weapon, a SIG P229. You take point? She asked. It was a test. After you, detective. It's your jurisdiction. She nodded. She tried the handle. Unlocked. She pushed the door open. Low and fast. She swept the room. Clear, she whispered. They were in a small storage area. Boxes. Files. A flight of stairs led up. They moved up the stairs. The wood creaked under Brill's boots. He adjusted his weight, moving to the edges where the supports were strongest. At the top of the stairs, a frosted glass door read A. Miller Investigations. The door was ajar. Inside, the office was a wreck. File cabinets were overturned. Papers covered the floor like snow. The desk had been swept clean, the computer monitor smashed on the ground. The hard drive tower was gone. They tossed it, Sharp said, stepping over a pile of manila folders. Looking for something specific. The evidence, Brill said. The video. The photos. He moved to the window. The blinds were drawn. He peered through a crack. A black SUV was parked across the street. Engine running. Lights off. We have company, Brill said. Police. No. Police don't drive Escalades with tinted windows and sit in the dark for fun. He turned back to the room. We need to leave. Now. We haven't found anything. We found the trap, Brill said. The front door of the building buzzed. Someone was coming up the front stairs. Back way, Sharp said. They moved to the rear door. It opened before they reached it. Two men filled the frame. They wore black tactical gear. Balaclavas. Suppressed MP5s. They didn't shout freeze. They didn't ask for ID. They raised their weapons. Brill didn't hesitate. He tackled Sharp, driving her to the floor behind an overturned file cabinet. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Bullets chewed into the metal cabinet, punching holes through the thin steel. Papers exploded into the air. Professional, Brill grunted. He rolled onto his back. aimed over the top of the cabinet. He fired. 3 rounds. Fast. The lead gunman jerked. 1 round hit his vest. 2 hit his throat. He went down, gurgling. The second gunman ducked back into the stairwell. "Cover me," Brill told Sharp. "Are you crazy? They have automatic weapons. And we have the high ground. Shoot the door frame. Keep him pinned." Sharp popped up. She fired 2 rounds. Wood splintered around the door. Brill moved. He sprinted across the room, staying low. He dove behind the heavy oak desk. The second gunman leaned out, firing a burst. Bullets shredded the leather chair Brill had just vacated. Brill returned fire. He aimed low. Through the wall. He heard a scream. A thud. He had hit the man in the leg. "Clear," Brill shouted. He moved to the door. The gunman was on the stairs, clutching his thigh. He tried to bring the MP5 up. Brill kicked him in the face. The man tumbled down the stairs, landing in a heap at the bottom. "Let's go," Brill said. Sharp was staring at him. You just killed a guy. He was trying to kill you. Professional courtesy." They ran down the back stairs. Brill checked the alley. Clear. But the SUV from the front was moving. Screeching around the corner. "Car!" Brill yelled. They sprinted toward Sharp's Taurus. The SUV accelerated down the alley. A man leaned out the passenger window with an assault rifle. Brill spun. He didn't have time to aim. He fired at the driver's side headlight. The glass shattered. The driver swerved instinctively. The SUV clipped a dumpster, sparks flying. It bounced off the brick wall, but kept coming. "Get in," Sharp yelled. She was at the Taurus, unlocking the doors. They dove in. Sharp started the engine. She floored it. The Taurus peeled out of the parking spot. The SUV roared out of the alley behind them. "Go south," Brill said. "Toward the highway." "I know how to drive," Sharp snapped. She drifted the heavy sedan around a corner, tires screaming. The SUV was gaining. It was bigger, faster. It hit the corner and straightened out, grill filling the rearview mirror. "They're going to ram us," Brill said. "Hold on." Sharp slammed on the brakes. The SUV driver didn't expect it. He swerved to avoid a collision. He went left. Sharp punched the gas. She turned right. Hard. The Taurus shot down a side street. The SUV blew past the intersection, brake lights flaring. "Lost them?" Sharp asked, breathless. "For a minute. They'll circle back. They have comms. They have a team." "Who are these people?" "Cleaners," Brill said. "The kind that don't leave witnesses." He looked at Sharp. Her hands were white on the wheel. She was terrified. But she was driving. She was functioning. "You did good," Brill said. "I shot a wall," she said. "You shot people." Division of labor. He checked his Glock. He had 1 magazine left. "Pull over," Brill said. "What? Why?" "Because they're tracking us. There's a transponder on this car. Or they hacked your GPS. This is a police vehicle, which makes it easy to track if you have access to the city network. Pull over." Under the bridge. Sharp pulled into the shadows beneath an overpass. "Get out," Brill said. "We walk from here." "Walk where?" "To find out who hired those men. And why they wanted Miller's files so badly." They got out. Brill looked at the Taurus. It was a good car. Solid. "Sorry about your ride," he said. He shot the dashboard. The GPS unit shattered. Sharp flinched. You owe me a car. Put it on my tab. They walked into the darkness of the underpass. Sirens wailed in the distance, closing in on the alley they had left behind. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Brill walked north on State Street, the wind off the lake cutting through his jacket like a dull knife. He was a ghost in the city now. The police were looking for a man in a suit. The hit team was looking for a man in a police car. He was neither. He had bought clothes at a thrift store in Pilsen. Jeans, a hooded sweatshirt, a heavy canvas jacket that smelled of someone else's cigarettes. He'd swapped his dress shoes for work boots that were a size too big but had steel toes. He needed a weapon. The Glock was empty. One magazine left, tucked in his pocket, but without the gun it was just a paperweight. He needed hardware. Clean hardware. The kind you bought with cash and didn't sign for. But first, he needed eyes. He turned down a side street near the L tracks. The L rumbled overhead, shaking the pavement. This was the part of the city the tourists didn't see. The part where the buildings were boarded up, and the people were invisible. He found what he was looking for under the viaduct at Lake Street. A tent city. Blue tarps and cardboard boxes huddled against the concrete pillars. Brill slowed his walk. He adopted the posture of someone who belonged there. Shoulders hunched. Head down. Scanning the ground. A man sat by a fire barrel, warming his hands. He was wrapped in 3 coats and wore a beanie that had once been red. "Spare $1?" the man asked without looking up. Brill stopped. He reached into his pocket. Pulled out a 20. "I need information," Brill said. The man looked at the bill. Then he looked at Brill. His eyes were milky with cataracts, but sharp with survival instinct. "Information costs more than 20. Brill pulled out another 20. "Start with a name. Who runs the trade around here?" "Trade in what?" "Bottles." "Scrap?" "Hardware," Brill said. "Iron." The man laughed. A wet, hacking sound. "You want a gun. You don't look like a banger." "I'm not. I'm just a guy who lost his." "Lost it, huh? That's careless." The man took the money. Tucked it into his innermost coat. "There's a kid. Goes by Spider. Hangs out near the pawn shop on Clark. He moves things." "Spider," Brill repeated. "How do I find him?" "Look for the kid with the neck tattoo. A spider web. Can't miss it." "Thanks." Brill turned to leave. "Hey," the man called out. "If you see him, tell him he still owes me for the watch." "I'll tell him." Brill walked away. He had a lead. He took the bus to Clark Street. He sat in the back, watching the city roll by. The news on the bus radio was talking about the shooting in Wicker Park. "Gang violence," the reporter said. "Police investigating." The cover story was holding. For now. He got off near the pawn shop. It was a grim storefront with bars on the windows and a sign that said, "We buy gold." He didn't go in. He waited across the street, leaning against a brick wall. 10 minutes later, he saw him. Spider was skinny, maybe 20 years old, wearing a puffer jacket that was too big for him. The tattoo was visible on the side of his neck, a black web stretching up to his ear. He was arguing with a girl on the corner. Hand gestures. Posturing. Brill crossed the street. He walked up to Spider. He didn't stop until he was in the kid's personal space. "Spider," Brill said. The kid spun around. His hand went to his pocket. "Who are you?" "Friend of the man under the bridge," Brill said. "He says you owe him for a watch." Spider relaxed slightly. "Old Crazy Joe. Man, I paid him. He just forgot." "He didn't forget. And I'm not here for the watch." Brill stepped closer. He lowered his voice. I need a piece. Throwaway. 9mm, preferably. But I'm not picky. Spider looked him up and down. He saw the work boots, the canvas jacket, the eyes. You a cop? Do I look like a cop? You look like trouble. Cops are trouble. I'm the kind of trouble that pays cash, Brill said. He flashed a roll of bills. 500. Right now. Spider licked his lips. 500 was a lot of money on Clark Street. I got something, Spider said. But not here. Around the back. Lead the way. They walked into the alley behind the pawn shop. It was narrow, shadowed. A dead end. Spider stopped near a dumpster. He turned to face Brill. Let's see the cash. Brill held up the money. Let's see the merchandise. Spider whistled. Two men stepped out from behind the dumpster. They were bigger than Spider. One held a baseball bat. The other had a knife. Change of plans, Spider said, grinning. We'll take the cash. And the boots. I like those boots. Brill sighed. He should have expected this. It was the oldest play in the book. You're making a mistake, Brill said. The mistake was coming here alone, the man with the bat said. He swung the bat, testing the weight. I'm not alone, Brill said. I brought my friend. What friend? Brill moved. He didn't go for the bat. He went for the knife. He stepped inside the man's guard. Grabbed the wrist. Twisted. Bone snapped. The knife fell. Brill caught it before it hit the ground. He spun. The man with the bat swung. Brill ducked. The bat hit the brick wall with a jarring crack. Brill drove the knife into the Batman's thigh. Not lethal. Just debilitating. The man screamed and dropped the bat. He fell to his knees. Spider was backing away, eyes wide. He fumbled in his pocket. Don't, Brill said. Spider froze. Pull it out, Brill said. Slowly. Spider pulled out a gun. A high-point .45. Heavy. Ugly. Cheap. Drop it. Spider dropped it. It clattered on the asphalt. Brill picked it up. He checked the action. It was gritty, but it would fire. He took the magazine out. Full. He looked at Spider. This is worth 200, Brill said. Not 5. He peeled off $200 from the roll. Dropped it on Spider's chest. For the gun. And for the inconvenience. Spider stared at the money. Then at his friends, groaning on the ground. You're crazy, Spider whispered. I'm a satisfied customer, Brill said. He tucked the high point into his waistband. He kept the knife. He walked out of the alley. He had a weapon. He had a lead on the conspiracy. And he had a safe house to set up. He needed to find Gwen Sharp. He needed to find the guard. But first, he needed to disappear. He walked toward the L station. The train rattled overhead, a steel snake moving through the concrete jungle. Brill climbed the stairs. He swiped a prepaid card. He waited on the platform. The city was big. It was dirty. It was dangerous. Chapter 11. The sun was high over the loop, casting sharp shadows that cut the city into blocks of light and dark. Brill walked out of the L station at Lake Street, blending into the lunchtime crowd of office workers and tourists. He didn't look like a ghost anymore. He looked like a man who worked with his hands, wearing the thrift store clothes he'd bought in Pilsen, jeans, a heavy canvas jacket, work boots. But he was still unarmed. The Glock was empty. One magazine left in his pocket, useless without the frame. He needed a weapon. Clean. Untraceable. The kind you bought with cash and didn't sign for. But first, he needed eyes. He needed a network that didn't appear on any surveillance camera. He walked toward the river. Under the Wacker Drive viaduct, the city changed. The polished facades of the skyscrapers gave way to concrete pillars and the smell of damp earth and exhaust. This was Lower Wacker, a subterranean world where GPS signals died and the people were invisible. A tent city huddled against the retaining wall. Blue tarps, cardboard boxes, shopping carts filled with the debris of lives that had fallen off the grid. Brill slowed his pace. He adopted the posture of someone who belonged there. Shoulders hunched. Head down. Scanning the ground as if looking for something lost. A man sat on a milk crate by a fire barrel, warming his hands over a smoldering pile of scrap wood. He was wrapped in 3 coats, the top one a stained wool trench coat that had once been expensive. He wore a beanie that pulled low over eyes milky with cataracts. "Spare $1?" the man asked without looking up. His voice was a rasp of gravel and smoke. Brill stopped. He reached into his pocket. Pulled out a 20. "I need information," Brill said. The man looked at the bill. Then he looked at Brill. The milky eyes sharpened with a survival instinct that never went blind. "Information costs more than 20. Brill pulled out another 20. Dropped both on the crate. "Start with a name," Brill said. "Who moves the hardware around here?" "Hardware." The man laughed, a wet hacking sound. "You mean bottles?" "Scrap metal." "I mean iron," Brill said. "Guns." The man stopped laughing. He tucked the bills into his innermost coat. He looked around, checking the shadows. "You don't look like a banger," the man said. "You look like a man who lost something." "I lost my piece. I need a replacement. Fast. Cheap. Quiet." The man nodded. He picked up a stick and poked the fire. "There's a kid. Goes by Spider. Hangs out near the pawn shop on Clark. North of the river. He moves things." "Spider," Brill repeated. "How do I find him?" "Look for the ink," the man said. "Neck tattoo. A spider web. Can't miss it. But be careful. Spider bites." "Thanks." Brill turned to leave. "Hey," the man called out. Brill stopped. "If you see him," the man said, "tell him old Crazy Joe says he still owes me for the watch." "I'll tell him." Brill walked away, climbing back up to the street level. He had a lead. He took the bus north to Clark Street. He sat in the back, watching the city roll by through the dirty window. The news on the bus radio was talking about the shooting in Wicker Park. "Gang-related," the reporter said. "Police investigating." The cover story was holding. For now. He got off near the pawn shop. It was a grim storefront with bars on the windows and a sign that said "We buy gold" in fading yellow letters. Brill didn't go in. He waited across the street, leaning against the brick wall of a bodega. He watched the corner. 10 minutes later, he saw him. Spider was skinny, maybe 20 years old, wearing a puffer jacket that was 2 sizes too big. He moved with a nervous, jerky energy, like a marionette on strings. The tattoo was visible on the side of his neck, a black web stretching up to his ear. He was arguing with a girl on the corner. Hand gestures. Posturing. Trying to look tough. Brill crossed the street. He walked up to Spider. He didn't stop until he was in the kid's personal space. "Spider," Brill said. The kid spun around. His hand went to his pocket. "Who the hell are you?" "Friend of old Crazy Joe," Brill said. "He says you owe him for a watch." Spider relaxed slightly. He laughed. "Crazy Joe? Man, I paid him. He just forgot. Old man's brain is fried." "He didn't forget. And I'm not here for the watch." Brill stepped closer. He lowered his voice. I need a piece. Throwaway. 9mm, preferably. But I'm not picky. Spider looked him up and down. He saw the work boots, the canvas jacket, the scars on the knuckles. You a cop? Do I look like a cop? You look like trouble. Cops are trouble. I'm the kind of trouble that pays cash, Brill said. He flashed a roll of bills. 500. Right now. Spider licked his lips. 500 was a lot of money on Clark Street. I got something, Spider said. But not here. Around the back. Lead the way. They walked into the alley behind the pawn shop. It was narrow, shadowed by the looming brick walls of the tenements. A dead end blocked by a chain-link fence. Spider stopped near a dumpster. He turned to face Brill. Let's see the cash. Brill held up the money. Let's see the merchandise. Spider whistled. A sharp, piercing sound. Two men stepped out from behind the dumpster. They were bigger than Spider. One held a baseball bat wrapped in electrical tape. The other had a knife with a 6-inch blade. Change of plans, Spider said, grinning. We'll take the cash. And the boots. I like those boots. Brill sighed. He should have expected this. It was the oldest play in the book. You're making a mistake, Brill said. The mistake was coming here alone, the man with the bat said. He swung the bat, testing the weight. Give it up, old man. I'm not alone, Brill said. I brought my friend. What friend? Brill moved. He didn't go for the bat. He went for the knife. He stepped inside the man's guard. Grabbed the wrist. Twisted. Bone snapped with a wet crunch. The knife fell. Brill caught it before it hit the ground. He spun. The man with the bat swung. Brill ducked. The bat hit the brick wall with a jarring crack, sending vibrations up the man's arm. Brill drove the knife into the Batman's thigh. Not lethal. Just debilitating. The man screamed and dropped the bat. He fell to his knees, clutching his leg. Spider was backing away, eyes wide. He fumbled in his pocket. Don't, Brill said. Spider froze. His hand was stuck in his jacket pocket. Pull it out, Brill said. Slowly. Spider pulled out a gun. A high-point .45. Heavy. Ugly. Cheap. Drop it. Spider dropped it. It clattered on the asphalt. Brill picked it up. He checked the action. It was gritty, but it would fire. He took the magazine out. Full. He looked at Spider. This is worth 200, Brill said. Not 5. He peeled off $200 from the roll. Dropped it on Spider's chest. For the gun. And for the inconvenience. Spider stared at the money. Then at his friends, groaning on the ground. You're crazy, Spider whispered. I'm a satisfied customer, Brill said. He tucked the high point into his waistband, at the small of his back. He kept the knife. He walked out of the alley. He had a weapon. He had a safe house to set up. And he had a lead on the conspiracy. But first, he needed to disappear. He walked toward the L station. The train rattled overhead, a steel snake moving through the concrete jungle. Brill climbed the stairs. He swiped a prepaid card. He waited on the platform. Chapter 12. What's the situation? Brill settled into a corner of the hotel room Carver had arranged. He had been in rat holes all over the world, slept in jungles and deserts and mountains with nothing but fatigues, but Carver always booked him a room with style. This was a 5-star rated skyscraper, with a thick bed and windows that faced the lake. The view during the daytime was magnificent, but at night the dark expanse stretched to the skyline, reflecting city lights that shimmered like stars. He couldn't tell where the lake ended and the sky began. "The pie was good," he said into the phone. "It's an inside job." Inside him or inside client. That's what Brill appreciated about Carver. He got it. Their time together in the gray world where allegiance, boundaries, and ethics shifted constantly, Carver could just parse it down to the bare bones. It made decision-making easy. "Client," answered Brill. "I'm working the who. Is there a why?" "Money," said Brill. It was always about the money. Even when they said power or national defense or to protect national interests, it was easy to trace it to dollar signs. "Do you have a lead on the money?" "No trail yet. I think I'll rattle some lines and see who pops up." Norman Rockefeller's telephone game. Brill smiled. He loved this South African-born man better than a brother, and his occasional language slips served to remind him how much. "Rockwell," he said. "The painter?" "Norman Rockwell. Roosevelt was the president." "Rockwell's telephone game, then," Carver corrected. "Tell a story and see how it returns." "I like the way you think." Brill disconnected the call and climbed into the bed. Tomorrow, he had some hunting to do. Chapter 13. He settled on the floor at the edge of the bed and pulled his legs as close to the lotus position as he could get. He relaxed his shoulders, kept his spine straight, and rested his palms on his knees before he began a slow 4-count box breathing exercise. Brill closed his eyes and breathed in for 4, held for 4, out for 4, and held for 4 again. He could feel his heart rate slow even further as his body responded to the conditioning. In, hold, out, hold again and again, until his mind was lost in the contemplation. This was where he could make leaps and connections, draw lines between the dots, and play out scenes in his head. The mental exercise was what allowed him to respond so effectively in the field, because downtime was spent constructing and deconstructing scenarios in a meditative state. Someone knocked on the door in a precise, efficient manner. His eyes popped open, and he rolled over behind the bed, scrambling for the Glock. He aimed at the door and waited. Who would be knocking? Room service. He didn't order anything. Maid service. It was past their time to clean. But the hotel was full of people. Not that it ever stopped him when he was on mission to kill. A crowded hotel could be a great place to conduct an assassination and get away in the confusion and chaos if he was discovered. Brill debated sending 4 slugs through the door, but stopped himself. The knock came again. A killer would have waited for the shadow behind the peephole to appear and pop 2 through the thin wooden door. It's what he would have done. He grabbed a towel from the bathroom, wrapped it around his waist, and stood to one side of the door. "Yes," he called out. "It's sharp," the detective answered through the door. Brill glanced at the weapon in his hand. Chicago had some of the strictest gun control laws in the U.S., and he wasn't carrying a permit for this weapon. Hell, he glanced at the side, and the serial numbers had been scratched off. Carver's effort to keep him clean, in the likely case he sent a few rounds into somebody local. Brill put the gun behind his back and unbolted the door. "Come in," he stepped back and ushered Sharp through. She stood outlined in the frame of the doorway holding a bag and gaped, her mouth slightly open. Brill knew there weren't many people as muscled as he was in real life. Despite a plain face, forgettable features, and the ability to fit in almost anywhere, his constant running and training regime left him ripped and muscular. Most people didn't see that in real life, and he kept hidden behind loose clothing for the most part. It also served to hide the scars. The paper-thin skin was a mapwork of veins and white lines, pucker marks where bullets had ripped through him, powder burns that healed like pink and white freckles on the normally tan coloring. He knew that caused consternation too. After letting her gape for a moment, he motioned her in again and shut the door behind, bolting it again. He made sure to keep the pistol out of view. You caught me just before a shower, he said. Don't let me stop you, she answered back. I can wait. And go through his bag while he was otherwise occupied, he bet. Just let me get dressed. He pointed toward the couch and slipped into the bathroom while she made her way into the seating area of the suite. He nudged the door to the bathroom closed, slipped the Glock into the ice buset on the counter, and got dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. It took less than 30 seconds, and when he opened the door, she didn't stop rustling through his bag. He was right, and a little impressed that she kept going, even as he exited the bathroom. What's in the box? She pointed to the FedEx package Carver had sent. He almost told her 300 rounds of hollow point ammunition for a Glock 19, just to see how she reacted. Research material, he answered. Brill didn't wait for her to rifle through the box. He went over, closed it and moved it underneath the bag she was finished with, keeping both out of reach. I didn't know anyone knew where I was. He steered her back into the sitting area. I got approval for overtime to put some men into each hotel, she shrugged. I put a bolo out on your description and got lucky when you hit here. That's a lot of manpower to spend for one guy. Maybe you're worth it, she smirked and sprawled back into the sofa. She plopped her feet up on the small coffee table and pushed the bag she had brought toward him. I thought you might appreciate this, she told him. Brill lifted a 6-pack of Traveler Jack O' Spice out of the bag, a fall flavor. He twisted off the top to one and passed it to her before taking one for himself. They appreciated the nutmeg-tinged microbrew in joyful silence for a few minutes. What's your last name? Asked Sharp as they teased the tip of the beer bottle with her full lush lips. Brill knew she was trying to distract him with her femininity and was surprised it was working. Her long hair was pulled loose from the scrunchie that had trapped it all day and now hung in loose curls around her head. Are names really that important? They are to me. Going to run me through the system? I asked your deputy friend, and she wouldn't tell me. Or rather, she told me she had run you through the system, and you came back clean. Which wasn't exactly true. She had run him through the system and popped off a dozen alarms that alerted his old company Barack to his presence and location. Rather than being surprised he was still alive, Barack dispatched a kill team to their remote location in the Dakotas to make sure he would stop being that way. Alive. He was far from clean, and if the deputy had written the incident report up as it happened, instead of some fiction about a helicopter crash, he would have had 8 or 9 more kills added to his resume. Double that when you count the trip to D.C. to force Shelby and company to rethink its position on killing him. The uneasy alliance had held, even generated some work for Carver to handle once Brill had freed him from Barack HQ. How about we stick with first names, Gwen? Gwendolyn, she said and let her leg relax against his. He watched her pupils dilate, breathing coming a little faster. Brilliant, he answered. She giggled. Your name is Brilliant? From Brilliant, Alabama, birthplace and home to my mother. She honored me with a name destined to get me beat up through grade school and high school. The butt of many jokes and a namesake very hard to live up to. Brilliant, she snorted. Now, I really want to know your last name. What did Billy Shakespeare say? A rose is a rose. I'll be your daisy. I think Doc Holliday said that. Doc Holliday, Billy Shakespeare, at least I'm in good company of men with weird names. Roosevelt had a son named Kermit, she sipped from the bottle. Teddy's boy. They went down an unexplored river in the Amazon together. It almost killed them both. What do you do? She sighed. I read a lot, he shrugged. Sometimes you sound like a teacher. I skipped that profession. I know, she said. One look into your eyes, and anyone can tell you're something different. She gazed into his eyes, emboldened by the alcohol, and shivered. But she didn't look away. Am I? She leaned in and pressed her lips against his. It was a small, soft kiss that quickly grew hungry. Brill pressed against her and wrapped her up in his arms. He knew she was of a certain type, a woman attracted to danger. It was part of the reason she was in her profession, and he also knew she recognized something in him, an animal nature. She fell back on the couch and dragged him on top of her, releasing an animal of her own. Chapter 14. Sharp laid across his chest in the twisted nest of sheets they had created after moving from the couch. Bits of clothing littered the path along the way, discarded in a haphazard pattern all the way to the edge of the bed. They basked in a sweaty, satisfied afterglow. "Do you know why I became a cop?" she said, sounding a little more sober than when they first started. She traced a long, thin scar across his chest to a pucker wound in his shoulder. "Find bad guys," he ventured. Brill had never been sure why anyone would choose to be a cop. They were underpaid, underappreciated, and doing a job that was pretty much impossible. Laws were created for the common good, but most governments tied the hands of the law-keeping population and gave more rights to criminals than it did cops. Thankless didn't begin to describe it. "That was part of it," she said. "Though it sure as hell didn't feel like it those first couple of years. I must have written 1,000 parking tickets, moving violations. Were they breaking the law? Sure, but bad guys? Not so much. No bank robberies, kidnappings, or going into a tower to take on bandit terrorists who think they are excellent thieves." Her fingers drizzled along a new scar on his chest. He wished he could feel it a little better, but the nerve endings were dead there, blasted into a permanent numbness during a building explosion. "I became a cop because my dad was a cop," she told him. "I never got the chance to ask him why he was on the force because some perp shot him." "So you're out for revenge," said Brill. "Get the types of guys who killed your father." "Maybe, but I started out wanting to be like my dad. He was a Sherlock Holmes nut, loved solving the puzzles. So do I." Her fingers traced a particular pattern on his chest and side. "Like the puzzle of you," she said softly. "This is a bullet wound from a high-powered rifle." Her fingers kept moving. "This is from a knife. This is from buckshot pistol wounds here and here. What are these?" She stopped on a particularly nasty zigzag of white line that curled around his ribs. "A whip," he said. "You were whipped?" "More than once." "Why?" "Wrong place, wrong guy," he said. It wasn't an explanation so much as a request not to ask, and she nodded. "Puzzling," she sniffed. "What kind of G-man has that much damage?" "Did I act damaged?" he bragged. "No," she punched him lightly. "That part was all right." "All right." "Pretty good." "I'd settle for amazing or mind-blowing, but if pretty good is all you can come up with," he joked. "Pretty all right then," she smiled. "I'll take it. But if you're here in my city with this much damage, I wonder how that fits into the puzzle. Are you bringing that kind of destruction with you?" He ran his hands through her hair. "I don't think I am," he said. "But sometimes the bad men around me get hurt." "As do you," she indicated his torso. "Yeah, but what's that cliché? You should see the other guy. That's what I'm afraid of. If you win looking like this, what kind of damage are you going to do to my city and the people I'm sworn to protect?" Brill pushed himself up in bed and ran rough fingers down her soft cheek. "You're a superhero," he said. "Am not. You're one of those rare idealists who think you're doing good and keeping evil at bay." "Shut up," she said. "I know why you became a cop," he told her. "You want to make a difference." She leaned in and stared into his shark eyes. "I do make a difference," she told him. "Every day. I keep bad men from doing bad things, and when they do them, I catch them and put them in jail." He grabbed her face and kissed her. "We're on the same team," he told her when she finally let him pull away. "I stop bad men from doing bad things." "Permanently?" she asked softly. He didn't answer her. He didn't have to. Chapter 15. The rally was held in a convention center ballroom that smelled of stale popcorn and unchecked enthusiasm. 3,000 people were crammed into a space designed for two, waving signs that said "Green for America" and screaming until their faces turned red. Brill stood in the wings of the stage, his back against a curtain that smelled of dust. He wasn't watching the crowd. He was watching the staff. The guard, the one Brill had humiliated in the elevator, was standing at the base of the stairs, stage right. He was scanning the front row, his hand hovering near his earpiece. He looked professional, alert. But Brill noticed something else. Every time Karen moved, she was pacing near the teleprompter operator, checking her phone every 10 seconds. The guard's eyes flicked to her. Not in a protective way. In a possessive way. And when Karen looked back, her expression wasn't the harried look of a campaign manager. It was tight. Fearful. Brill moved closer. The noise of the crowd was deafening, a wall of sound that vibrated in his chest. "Nukes!" Green shouted into the microphone. "Why can't we use them?" The crowd roared. It was a terrifying sound. A collective release of anger and frustration channeled into a single, simple idea. "Seriously," Green continued, pacing the stage like a televangelist. "If a terrorist is sponsored by a country and they attack us, it's as if that country is attacking us. Am I right?" More screaming. Brill looked at the guard again. He had moved. He was closer to Karen now. He leaned in and said something to her. She flinched. She looked at her phone, then at him. She nodded, a quick, jerky motion. Brill slipped his phone out. He didn't have a direct line to Karen's phone, but he had something better. He had the frequency scanner Carver had included in the FedEx package. He tuned it to the local security channel. Static. Then voices. "Eagle is on script," a voice said. "Copy," another voice replied. "Hold positions." Then a third voice. "Lower. On a different sub-channel. Tell her to smile. She looks like she's at a funeral." It was the guard's voice. "I told her," a female voice replied. "Not Karen. Someone else. She's worried about the payment. She'll get paid when we get the leverage. Just keep her in line." Brill looked at the guard. He was speaking into his wrist mic, his lips barely moving. The blackmailer wasn't an outsider. It wasn't a political rival. It was the protection detail. It made sense. Who had better access? Who knew the schedule? Who could plant a camera in an office and retrieve it without being questioned? The guard. And the woman he was talking to. The one on the other end of the line. Brill scanned the backstage area. He looked for someone who didn't fit. Someone who wasn't wearing a headset or carrying a clipboard. He saw her. Standing near the exit ramp. A woman in a black dress. Blonde. Holding a purse that looked heavy. She wasn't campaign staff. She was too polished. Too calm. And she was looking at Green with a cold, predatory focus. Brill moved. He didn't go for the guard. Not yet. The guard was armed and surrounded by other security. A fight here would cause a panic. People would get hurt. He went for Karen. She was standing by the soundboard now, hugging herself. Brill stepped up behind her. "Smile," Brill whispered in her ear. "The guard is watching." Karen jumped. She spun around. Her eyes were wide with terror. "You," she hissed. "What are you doing here?" "Saving your candidate." And you don't understand. You have to leave. I know about the guard, Brill said. I know he's the one squeezing you. I know he's working with the blonde by the exit. Karen's face went white. All the blood drained out of it. How? I have ears, Brill said. And eyes. He'll kill us, she whispered. If he knows you know, he'll kill Derek. He'll kill me. He's not going to kill anyone. Not today. On stage, Green was winding up. This administration is too soft. They're too soft on crime, too soft on business, and too soft on defense. They make us look weak. The crowd screamed. The guard turned. He looked at Karen. He saw Brill standing next to her. His eyes narrowed. His hand moved to his jacket. Not to his radio. To his gun. He sees us, Karen said. She was shaking. Good, Brill said. Let him see. Brill stepped out from behind the curtain. He walked onto the edge of the stage. Not into the lights, but visible to the security team. He raised his hand. He pointed a finger at the guard. The guard froze. He recognized the gesture. It was a challenge. A promise. Brill tapped his ear. I hear you. The guard's face tightened. He spoke into his wrist mic again. Urgently. The blonde woman by the exit turned. She looked at the guard, then at Brill. She started to move toward the door. She was running. Stay here, Brill told Karen. Don't let Green leave the stage. What? How am I supposed to? Improvise. Keep him talking. If he leaves the stage, the guard has him. Brill dropped off the back of the riser. He moved through the shadows of the backstage area, heading for the exit ramp. He intercepted the blonde woman in the hallway. She saw him coming. She didn't panic. She reached into her purse. Brill didn't give her time. He closed the distance in 3 strides. He grabbed her wrist, twisting it up and back. She gasped, dropping the purse. It hit the floor with a heavy thud. A gun slid out. A compact 9mm. Going somewhere? Brill asked. She tried to knee him. He blocked it with his thigh. He spun her around, pinning her against the wall. Who are you working for? Brill asked. Go to hell. I've been there. It's overrated. The guard. Is he the boss? She didn't answer. But her eyes flicked to the stage door. The guard burst through. Gun drawn. He saw Brill holding the woman. He raised his weapon. Let her go, the guard shouted. Or what? Brill said. You'll shoot us both. In front of 3,000 witnesses? The hallway was empty, but the noise of the rally bled through the walls. I'll shoot you, the guard said. And tell everyone you were an assassin. A lunatic, trying to kill the candidate. Classic, Brill said. But you forgot one thing. What? I'm not alone. It was a bluff. Brill was entirely alone. But the guard hesitated. He glanced behind him. That was all Brill needed. He shoved the woman toward the guard. She stumbled into him. The guard flinched, trying to catch her without dropping his gun. Brill moved. He dove for the 9mm on the floor. He rolled, coming up with the gun in his hand. The guard shoved the woman aside. He aimed at Brill. Brill fired. One shot. It hit the fire extinguisher on the wall next to the guard's head. The tank exploded. A cloud of white chemical dust filled the hallway. The guard coughed, blinded. He fired wildly into the smoke. Brill didn't shoot back. He grabbed the woman's purse, the evidence was probably in there, and ran. He burst out the rear exit, into the alley behind the convention center. He stopped. Check the purse. A phone. A wallet. And a USB drive. The blackmail. He had it. But the guard was still alive. And he was angry. The door behind him banged open. Brill started running. He had the leverage. Now he just had to survive long enough to use it. Chapter 16. The office of Derek Green smelled of ambition and very expensive leather. It was a corner suite, glass on two sides, looking down on the city like a king surveying a kingdom he hadn't conquered yet. Brill stood by the window. He wasn't looking at the view. He was looking at the reflection of the room behind him. Green sat behind his desk, flanked by the guard, the one Brill had humiliated in the elevator, the one Brill had fought in the hallway, the one who had tried to blackmail his own boss. The guard's face was a map of bruises, but his eyes were clear. He wasn't a rogue agent anymore. He was a loyal dog who had been brought to heel. And Karen? She sat on a sofa near the door, pale and shaking. She had played her hand, and she had lost. "You're a pragmatic man, Mr. Wingfield," Green said. He leaned back, tenting his fingers. "You understand leverage. You understand power." "I understand that you're buying an election," Brill said, "and that you're using a private security force to murder anyone who gets in the way." "Murder is such a pedestrian word," Green said. "We prefer risk mitigation." "The Miller problem? Unfortunate, but necessary." He was sniffing around the wrong trash cans. "And the payments?" Brill asked. "The $100 bribes to voters?" "Stimulus," Green corrected with a smile. "Direct investment in the community. It's perfectly legal if you squint hard enough. And if you have the right judges in your pocket." "The Consortium," Brill said. "A group of like-minded patriots. Wealthy men who are tired of the gridlock. Tired of the weakness. They want decisive leadership. They want me." Brill looked at the guard. The man was watching him, hand hovering near his jacket. He was itching for a rematch. "And you?" Brill asked Green. "What do you want?" "I want to save this country," Green said. "By any means necessary. If that requires breaking a few eggs or a few PIs, then so be it." "And wars?" "Wars are profitable. They stimulate industry. They unify the populace. A small, manageable conflict is good for the soul of the nation." Brill nodded slowly. Megalomania was common in despots. A dictator controlled by a consortium of billionaires wasn't a leader. He was a puppet with a nuclear launch code. "I'm done," Brill said. "Done?" Green raised an eyebrow. "I found your blackmailer. I returned your drive. The job is finished." "Is it?" "You know a lot of secrets, Mr. Wingfield. Secrets are dangerous things to carry around." "I have a bad memory," Brill said. "And I'm leaving town. Going west. Van life. No address. No phone." Green studied him. "The sunset option. It has a certain romantic appeal." "It's not romantic," Brill said. "It's survival." He turned to the door. "Mr. Wingfield," Green called out. Brill stopped. "If I see you again," Green said, his voice dropping an octave, "it won't be a conversation. It will be a coroner's inquest." "Understood." Brill walked out. He took the elevator down. He didn't look at the other passengers. He watched the numbers count down. 5, 4, 3. He had the money. He had the exit strategy. He could walk away. Let Green buy the White House. Let the consortium run the world. It wasn't his problem. The doors opened on the lobby. Brill walked out into the street. The sun was bright, harsh. The city noise was a physical assault after the quiet of the office. He turned left, heading toward a used car lot he'd seen on 4th Avenue. They had vans. Cheap ones. He made it half a block. A black SUV pulled up to the curb. Not a police car. Not a taxi. The windows rolled down. Brill didn't wait to see who was inside. He knew. Shelby Johnson didn't leave loose ends. Green might be arrogant enough to let him walk, but Shelby, the Consortium's fixer, the man behind the curtain, wasn't. Brill dove into the recessed doorway of a bodega as the street erupted. Suppressed fire. Fut fut fut. Bullets chipped the brickwork inches from his head. Glass shattered in the shop window. Brill rolled, coming up behind a stack of newspaper bundles. 2 men got out of the SUV. They moved with military precision. Flanking. This wasn't a warning. This was a wet work team. Brill drew the high point he'd bought from Spider. It was ugly, heavy, and cheap. But it fired .45 caliber rounds. He popped up. He didn't aim for the men. They were wearing body armor. He aimed for the SUV. Specifically, the driver. He fired. The windshield starred. The driver slumped over the wheel. His foot slipped off the brake. The SUV lurched forward, jumping the curb. It slammed into a fire hydrant, water geysering into the air. The 2 gunmen on the street hesitated. Their cover was gone. Their extraction was wrecked. Brill didn't give them time to regroup. He fired again. At the nearest gunman. The round hit the man in the leg. He went down screaming. The second gunman turned, raising an MP5. Brill was already moving. He sprinted down the sidewalk, weaving through the panicked pedestrians. He cut down an alley. He heard boots behind him. The second gunman was pursuing. Brill stopped behind a dumpster. He waited. The gunman rounded the corner. He was fast. Too fast. He didn't check his corners. Brill stepped out. He didn't shoot. He swung the heavy pistol like a hammer. He connected with the man's temple. The gunman dropped. Brill stood over him. He checked the alley. Clear. He looked at the high point. It had jammed after 2 shots. Garbage. He tossed it into the dumpster. He bent down and picked up the gunman's MP5. He checked the mag. Full. He stripped the man's vest. Took his spare mags. His radio. The radio crackled. Team 1, report. Target status. It was Shelby's voice. Brill picked up the mic. Team 1 is offline, Brill said. Target is active. Silence on the line. Wingfield, Shelby said. You should have taken the van. I was on my way, Brill said. You interrupted. You know too much. I know enough to burn you down. You can try, Shelby said. But you're alone. And I have the city. I like the odds. Brill dropped the radio. He stomped on it. He walked to the end of the alley. He looked out at the street. Police sirens were wailing in the distance. The Consortium had called them. Or maybe just concerned citizens. Either way, the blue uniforms weren't his friends today. He couldn't go to the car lot. He couldn't go to the hotel. His gear was burned. His plan was burned. He was a ghost again. But this time, he wasn't running away. He turned back toward the skyline. Toward Green's office. Chapter 17. It's a question of why. Why what? Why the blackmail, he asked. This guy's going to win, and you are cashing out a 4-year paycheck for a one-time payout. Why? She snorted, and sulked across the room to the couch. She plopped down and splayed her legs, long limbs stretching out in either direction from locked knees. It did interesting things to her thin skirt, hiking it up to reveal toned, muscled legs. Very distracting, he thought. He's not going to win. She watched him stare at her, puffed out her cheeks and blew. They won't let him. Brill nodded toward the row of television sets inset in the wall. The crowds on each muted screen were screaming, cheering, almost manic in their approval. He seems popular. He is. She didn't seem to know what to do with her hands. They fidgeted about like small animals, tugging on buttons, twirling her hair. He would win if the election hadn't already been rigged. Brill studied her hands as the words sunk in. A rigged election in America. It didn't sound as crazy as it could have. The two-party system was owned by corporate donations which controlled the media and journalists. Savvy marketing experts could shape, mold, and ultimately control public opinion on almost every issue, and do it in the name of objective journalism. Her hands kept moving. When I told you he was an outsider, he didn't stand an outside chance in hell of winning. Even if a candidate won the popular vote, the election could be hijacked in the Electoral College. Brill wondered if Shelby did it with Bush W. after a falling out with the previous president. Her hands quit moving and settled in her lap. She had reached a decision. I was trying to get out, she told him. If they won't let him win, if the system is set up so it doesn't work, then someone needed to pay me to live that lie. That excuse didn't make sense to Brill. A payment from the war chest was small compared to what she could have gotten. The words didn't fit the pattern, and his training taught him to find the stuff that didn't fit. Her eyes flicked up at the door. Brill whirled and raised his pistol J. The head guard busted through the door with 3 of his cronies for backup. Brill pegged them with 4 shots that wafted out of the silenced gun barrel. Their bodies piled in the doorway. His instinct buzzed, and he ducked below a punch thrown by the woman as she launched off the couch. She pressed the attack with quiet precision, her arms and hands a quick blur of whispering fabric and skin-on-skin contact. Brill blocked the blows with his arms, but her speed and ferocity of the attack didn't allow him to bring the gun to bear. A blow knocked it loose, and it slid across the carpet. She landed the top of her foot into his groin, and bought a few seconds as he stumbled back across the couch, gasping for breath. The girl back rolled into a crouch by the dead bodies, her hands skittering for one of their guns. She wrapped her fingers around a handle and lifted it toward Brill. The tip of his toe connected with her chin and snapped her head back with a loud crack. She dropped like a puppet with cut strings. He grabbed the gun and brought it on the door while he crouched and nursed his wounded crotch. A kick to the nuts was a powerful tool in a fight because it was so damn effective. His pride was aching too, but he couldn't nurse that without something cold and with an ABV over 6%. He watched the door as he caught his breath, ready for anyone who came through. He was surprised at who did. Chapter 18. You engineered this. It wasn't a statement. His megawatt grin crinkled the corners of his eyes. Derek Green was enjoying this. This and much more, he crowed. I'm guaranteed to win the election. Brill wanted to shoot back how, but he knew better. He had seen too many dictators in third-world countries guarantee a win in free elections. It shouldn't surprise him so much that the U.S. democracy was rigged too. Shelby. It may not have all started with him. The ex-senator from Arkansas just learned to play in a game that already existed and learned to play it better than anyone. These were just webs the old man was spinning, circles within circles, and Brill couldn't make out the end goal of the mission. Shelby didn't want to be president, but he wanted to control one, which meant Barack was girding for war. War put another $1 billion in the senator's pockets. War made his rich friends wealthier. This corruption was just like any other, and no matter that they dressed it up like a democracy or a republic and called themselves First World while all the others were Third, these politicians were just as bad as the depots in the jungle. "I can see you wheels turning," Derek kept grinning. "Shelby said you were smart too." Too smart is how he put it. Brill kept his face neutral, breathing in through his nose, out through his mouth. The stoicism he practiced was almost being overrun by the burning rage he kept in his stomach. He watched Derek with his black eyes and didn't blink. The grin faltered after a minute, and the nominee busied himself with papers on his desk. "Don't you want to know how?" he bragged under his voice. The downfall of every comic book and TV villain was the desire to explain their devious ways, to strut and preen about how they were smarter than everyone else. "We're paying voters," said Derek. "Paying them to vote for me. You would be amazed at what people would do for $100. Brill sniffed. $100 wasn't much, but he wouldn't be surprised at what anyone would do for it. Derek and Shelby kept Ben Franklin as pocket money, but a lot of folks saw them only on payday and then only long enough to buy prepackaged food at a discount and hope it lasted until the next payday. $100 wasn't much, but it could make a difference to 200 million Americans. Not even that many. Brill did some calculations. 50 million voted in the primaries, and pundits expected a turnout of just over 60 million for Election Day. "The Consortium," Derek said. "That's what we call them. Take all of America's billionaires, the ones who you don't read about in the papers every day, and press the agenda. $100 to every registered voter if they swing my way. Brilliant, right? No money to liberal television stations, no money to advertising or mailers or wasted." He sat behind the desk, slipped his custom leather loafers on the edge, and smiled again. There was 4 feet of mahogany between him and the man he hired to find a blackmailer. Brill guessed he had a pistol in the drawer too, something the politician figured he could reach fast enough to stop any move he would make. The door opened behind him. The drawer must have had a panic button too. The bodyguard slid behind Brill, a warm presence closer than his shadow. He could smell the coffee on his breath that huffed over his shoulder. "Pooled resources are more effective than any other method," Derek continued. "Once we're in, this country will finally get the leadership it deserves." "And war," said Brill. "That's part of it," Derek said. "But the good people who got rich with the American dream, who better to make America great again? They know how because they've been on the path. We just need to get the country back on the right path, and who better to lead them than me?" Brill nodded. Megamania was common in despots too, and a dictator controlled by a consortium of billionaires couldn't be good for the country. Except, maybe it was the leadership that America deserved. If the voters could be bought for $100, they get what they deserve, Brill reasoned. Time for him to walk away. He'd lived the van life before, dirtbagging through runs across the western states. Lots of places to hide out there, lots of places to get lost and forgotten, and to hell with this country and the men trying to ruin it. To hell with everyone. He was going to leave this office, go to a car lot, and buy the first used van that could make the trip. He would drive into the sunset until he found a sporting goods store and get all the gear he needed. He could make a call to Carver and tell him to get loose too. It wouldn't be the first time to cut and run for either of them. Chapter 19. Brill walked out of the office building and into the glare of the Chicago afternoon. The heat coming off the pavement was a physical weight, pressing through the soles of his boots. He adjusted his sunglasses, not looking back at the glass tower where Derek Green was undoubtedly already making calls. Green had let him walk. It was a power move. A demonstration that Brill was beneath concern, a nuisance fly buzzing around a lion. But lions ate flies when they got annoyed enough. Brill turned left, heading south toward a used car lot he'd scouted on his way in. Quality Auto Sales. It had a chain-link fence, a string of plastic flags that hung limp in the dead air, and a row of cargo vans parked in the back. He had the cash in his pocket. $10,000 in a bank envelope. Enough for a high-mileage Ford E-Series and a tank of gas to get him to Iowa. He wasn't thinking about saving the country. He wasn't thinking about Karen or the guard. He was thinking about the road. About the quiet of the desert at night. About disappearances. He crossed 4th Avenue. The traffic was heavy, a gridlock of delivery trucks and angry commuters. He wove through the cars, ignoring the honks. He reached the lot. A salesman in a short-sleeved shirt and a tie that stopped 3 inches above his belt buckle looked up from a clipboard. He saw Brill's suit, the dust on his shoes, the way he moved. He started to smile, sensing a commission. "Help you, sir?" the salesman asked, stepping forward. "The white Econoline in the back," Brill said. "Does it run?" "Runs like a dream. Fleet vehicle. Maintained by the city. Just got it in. I want to buy it. Cash. Today." The salesman's smile widened. "Well, let's go take a look. I'll get the keys." He turned toward the small trailer that served as an office. Brill watched him go. He scanned the lot. Rows of sedans. Pickups. The vans in the back corner, near the alley. A black SUV turned into the lot entrance. It moved slow. Too slow for a customer. Brill stopped. The SUV didn't park in a spot. It pulled up broadside, blocking the exit. The windows were tinted dark. The passenger door opened. A man got out. He wore a windbreaker, jeans and tactical boots. He didn't look at the cars. He looked at Brill. Then the rear door opened. Another man. Same build. Same dead eyes. They moved apart, flanking him. Shelby. Green might have let him walk, but Shelby Johnson was the kind of man who swept the floor after the party was over. He didn't leave messes. Brill looked at the salesman, who was coming back out of the trailer with a set of keys. "Hey!" the salesman shouted at the men. "You can't park there." The first man reached into his jacket. He pulled out a suppressed pistol. He fired once. The salesman dropped. No scream. Just a heavy thud as he hit the gravel. Brill was already moving. He dove behind a red F-150. "Clear the lot," the first man shouted. Bullets hit the truck, punching through the sheet metal. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Brill scrambled on his hands and knees. He was in the open. A kill box. He had no weapon, except the knife in his boot, and the wits that had kept him alive this long. He needed a weapon. Or a distraction. He looked around. The lot was a maze of vehicles. He crawled under the truck. He could see their boots. They were advancing. Methodical. Checking angles. They knew what they were doing. This wasn't a street gang. This was a hit squad. Brill rolled out the other side of the truck. He was near the service bay, an open garage where a mechanic was working on a sedan up on a lift. The mechanic hadn't heard the suppressed shots. He was listening to a radio, banging on a strut with a hammer. Brill sprinted for the bay. A bullet chipped the concrete near his heel. He dove into the garage. "Get down!" Brill yelled at the mechanic. The mechanic looked up, confused. "What?" Brill grabbed him by the shirt and shoved him behind a tool chest. "Stay down." The first gunman appeared in the doorway. He saw Brill. He raised his weapon. Brill grabbed a can of brake cleaner from the workbench. He threw it. It wasn't a grenade, but it was a distraction. The gunman flinched. Brill lunged. He grabbed a heavy wrench from the bench. A torque wrench. 2 feet of steel. He swung. The gunman fired. The bullet went wide, hitting a tire rack. The wrench connected with the gunman's wrist. Bone snapped. The pistol fell. Brill didn't stop. He swung the wrench back, driving the handle into the man's throat. The man went down, gasping, clutching his crushed windpipe. Brill grabbed the pistol. A SIG P226. Standard issue. He checked the mag. Full. He spun around. The second gunman was coming through the side door. He had an MP5. Contact front, the gunman yelled into a radio. He fired a burst. Brill dove behind the sedan on the lift. Bullets sparked off the undercarriage. Hydraulic fluid sprayed from a severed line. The lift groaned. It was losing pressure. The sedan started to lower. Slowly at first, then faster. The gunman was standing under it, firing at Brill. Brill saw the release lever on the wall, 10 feet away. He couldn't reach it, but he could shoot it. He aimed the SIG. He fired. The round hit the control box. Sparks flew. The safety latch disengaged with a metallic clang. The lift failed completely. The sedan dropped. 3,000 pounds of steel. The gunman looked up. He tried to dive. Too late. The car slammed down. The sound was sickening. Metal on concrete. Silence followed. Brill stood up. He was breathing hard. He wiped hydraulic fluid from his face. The mechanic was huddled in the corner, praying. "Stay there," Brill said. He walked to the first gunman. The man was dead. Suffocated. Brill took his spare magazines. He checked the man's pockets. No ID. Just a burner phone and a keycard for a hotel. He walked to the crushed gunman. The legs sticking out from under the car weren't moving. Brill took the MP5. He walked out of the garage. The SUV was still blocking the exit. The driver was there. He had seen his team go in. He hadn't seen them come out. He was nervous. He was tapping the steering wheel. Brill raised the MP5. He didn't shoot the driver. He shot the engine block. A long burst. The hood jumped as rounds tore through the radiator and the block. Steam hissed out. The engine died. The driver bailed out. He ran down the street, not looking back. Brill lowered the weapon. He looked around the lot. The salesman was dead. The mechanic was traumatized. The cars were shot up. His plan was dead too. He couldn't buy a van. He couldn't drive into the sunset. Shelby had made his move. He had turned the city into a hunting ground. Brill looked at the skyline, at the glass tower where Green was sitting. "You want a war?" Brill whispered. He walked to the back of the lot. He climbed the fence into the alley. He disappeared into the shadows. He wasn't leaving. Not anymore. Chapter 20. The alley was a dead zone, a concrete canyon where the city dumped its refuse and forgot about it. Brill stood in the shadow of a fire escape, pressing a wad of napkins he'd grabbed from the dumpster against his bleeding temple. The adrenaline from the car lot was fading, replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. Shelby had made his move. The wet work team wasn't a warning, it was an erasure. Brill checked the MP5 he'd taken from the gunman. Full magazine. Safety on. It was a good weapon for a siege, but hard to conceal under a jacket. He slung it tight against his side, covering it with the heavy canvas coat. He needed a hole. A place to stop moving long enough to think. He couldn't go back to the hotel. His gear was there, laptop, cash, passport, but the room was burned. Shelby would have a team on the lobby and eyes on the exits. He couldn't go to the car lot. That was a crime scene now. He pulled out his burner phone. The one he'd bought with cash and Pilsen. He dialed Carver. "Report," Carver said. "No, hello. No preamble." "The retirement plan is canceled," Brill said. "Shelby tried to punch my ticket." "Where?" "Used car lot on 4th. 2 shooters. 1 driver. They're all down." "Down. Permanent down." Carver sighed. The sound of a man who knew the paperwork was going to be a nightmare. "You escalated. I survived. There's a difference. Green let me walk, but Shelby sent a cleanup crew. They're not on the same page." "They're on the same payroll," Carver said. "I'm looking at the chatter now. There's a bounty out. 500,000. Dead or alive, but preference for dead." "Who's holding the contract?" "It's open. Posted on the dark web exchange half an hour ago. Every hitter in the Midwest is looking for a man matching your description." "And Brill?" "Yeah. The police have an APB out for you. Suspect in multiple homicides. Armed and dangerous. They have your face from the car lot security cameras. Shelby moves fast. He has resources. You need to disappear." "I'm working on it. I need a resupply. Ammo. Cash. A clean phone. I can't get a package to you. Not in the city. The cordon is too tight. Then I need a ghost." Brill hung up. He broke the SIM card and dropped the pieces into a grate. He walked north. He kept to the side streets, avoiding the main avenues where the blue lights were flashing. He moved with the flow of the city's invisible population, the homeless, the addicts, the people who looked at the ground when they walked. He needed Spider. The kid with the neck tattoo wasn't just a gun runner. He was part of the ecosystem. He knew the tunnels. He knew the places where the cameras didn't look. Brill took the L to Clark Street. He jumped the turnstile, ignoring the shout from the booth attendant. He rode in the last car, standing by the door, watching the reflection in the glass. He got off at his stop. The pawnshop was closed, metal shutters pulled down tight. Brill walked to the alley where he'd bought the High Point. It was empty. He went to the corner. The girl Spider had been arguing with earlier was there, smoking a cigarette and shivering in a skirt that was too short for the weather. "Where's Spider?" Brill asked. She looked at him. She saw the blood on his temple, the bulge under his coat. "He's gone," she said. "Cops came through. Swept the block." "Where does he go when the heat is on?" "Why should I tell you?" Brill reached into his pocket. He had a few $100s left from the car lot money. He peeled off a 50. "Because he owes me." She snatched the bill. "The tunnels. Under Whacker. Near the old post office. He has a spot." "Thanks." Brill walked away. The old post office was a massive, hulking structure that straddled the Eisenhower Expressway. It had been abandoned for years, a monument to bureaucratic obsolescence. Brill found the access point near the river, a grate that had been pried loose. He squeezed through. The air inside was cool and damp, smelling of mold and ancient dust. He turned on the small tactical light he kept on his keychain. He walked along a maintenance catwalk. Below him, the dark water of a drainage canal moved sluggishly. He saw a flicker of light ahead. A fire barrel. He approached slowly. Spider was there. He was sitting on a crate, cleaning a fingernail with a knife. 2 other men were sleeping on mattresses against the wall. "Spider," Brill said. The kid jumped. He dropped the knife. He scrambled for his pocket. "Don't," Brill said. Spider saw who it was. He relaxed, but only slightly. "You again. Man, you look like you got hit by a truck." "Something like that." Brill stepped into the light. "I need a place to crash. Quiet. Secure." Spider laughed. "This ain't the Ritz. We got rats the size of cats down here. Rats don't call the police. You in trouble. The kind that pays." Spider looked at him. He saw the MP5 under the coat. He whistled. "That's serious hardware. You rob a bank." "I robbed a hit squad. I need a room, Spider. And I need supplies." "What kind of supplies?" "Food. Water. First aid kit. And a laptop with a clean connection." "Laptop? Down here? You said you move things. Can you get it?" Spider scratched his neck tattoo. "I know a guy who boosts electronics from the Apple Store. But it'll cost you." "Put it on my tab," Brill said. "I'm good for it." "Your tab is getting heavy. So is the heat up top. You want $500,000. Spider's eyes widened. "That's the bounty. That's the price on my head. If you turn me in, you get paid. But you also have to deal with the people who pay it. And they don't like witnesses." Spider thought about it. He looked at the MP5. He looked at Brill's face. "I don't like cops," Spider said. "And I don't like people who pay bounties. They usually pay in bullets." "Smart kid." Spider stood up. He kicked a mattress in the corner. "You can take that one. It's mostly clean. I'll make some calls. Get your stuff." "One more thing," Brill said. "Yeah. I need you to deliver a message." "To who?" "To a cop. Detective Gwen Sharp, 12th District. You want me to talk to a cop. I want you to drop a note on her windshield. Or tape it to her door. Tell her the ghost is still walking. And tell her to watch her back." Spider shook his head. "You're crazy, man. Totally crazy." "Maybe," Brill said. He sat on the mattress. It smelled of mildew, but it was dry. "But I'm alive." He leaned his head back against the concrete wall. He closed his eyes. He was underground. Off the grid. Shelby was hunting him. The police were hunting him. The Consortium was hunting him. But they were looking for a man running away. They weren't looking for a man digging in. Brill checked the safety on the MP5. Let them come. He liked fighting in the dark. Chapter 21. The rain had started again, a cold drizzle that slicked the streets and turned the neon signs into blurry watercolors. Brill sat in the back of a 24-hour laundromat in Wicker Park, watching the street through the plate glass window. He was warm, dry, and invisible, just another guy waiting for his spin cycle to finish. He checked the time on the stolen laptop he'd acquired from Spider. 2 a.m. Gwen Sharp would be ending her shift soon. If she was smart, she'd be going home to a bottle of wine and a locked door. If she was stubborn, she'd be digging into the files he'd mentioned. Brill was counting on stubborn. He typed a message into a burner email account. Meet me. 30 minutes. The place where we met the first time. He sent it to her department email. Risky, but necessary. He packed up the laptop. He checked the MP5 under his coat. He walked out into the rain. He took a circuitous route to McNally's pub. He doubled back twice, checking for tails. The streets were quiet, save for the occasional taxi and the rumble of the L train in the distance. McNally's was closed, the lights off, the chairs stacked on the tables. But the alley behind it was accessible. Brill waited in the shadows near the dumpster. It smelled of stale beer and wet cardboard. 20 minutes later, a car pulled into the alley. Not a Taurus this time. A Honda Accord. Civilian plates. Gwen Sharp got out. She wore a hoodie under a leather jacket, jeans, and boots. Her hand was in her pocket, resting on her service weapon. She scanned the alley. "You're late," Brill said, stepping out from the darkness. Sharp spun, drawing the gun. She held it steady, two-handed grip. "Jesus," she hissed. "Don't do that. You're jumpy." "I'm being hunted," she said. "Someone put a note on my windshield. Said watch your back. Said it was from a ghost. That was me. Or my messenger. Your messenger smells like a distillery and has a face tattoo. He's reliable." Sharp lowered the gun but didn't holster it. "What happened to you? You look like you went 12 rounds with a brick wall." "Carlot," Brill said. "Shelby sent a team. It got messy." "I heard the call," Sharp said. "Shots fired. Multiple DOAs. The captain is losing his mind. They're saying it's a gang war." "It's a war," Brill said. "But not gangs. It's the Consortium." "The who?" "The people buying your election. The people who killed Miller. The people who are trying to kill me." Sharp looked at him. She saw the blood on his temple. The exhaustion in his eyes. "You should be in a hospital," she said. "I should be in a van driving west," Brill said. "But plans changed." "Why did you call me?" "Because you're in danger, Gwen. They saw us together. At the office. In the car. They know you helped me. I'm a cop. They won't touch me. They killed a pie and tried to execute a political fixer in broad daylight. You think a badge stops them?" Sharp went silent. She looked at the brick wall of the pub. "So what do we do?" she asked. "We fight back," Brill said. "But I need access. I need to find someone." "Who?" "The guard. The head of Green's security detail. The one who tried to blackmail him." "You want me to run a plate?" "I want you to run a face. I have a description. I have a time and place. I need a name and an address." "That's illegal. Using department resources for personal." "It's not personal," Brill cut her off. "It's survival. If we don't find him, he disappears. And if he disappears, the evidence disappears." "What evidence?" "The tapes. The real ones. Not the sex tape. The meetings. The Consortium planning the buy." Sharp looked at him. She weighed the risk. Her career. Her life. "If I do this," she said, "I want in. No more secrets. No more leaving me in alleys. You're in. Get in the car." They got into the Honda. Sharp started the engine. She handed Brill a first aid kit from the glove box. "Fix your face," she said. "You're bleeding on my upholstery." Brill opened the kit. Alcohol wipes. Bandages. He cleaned the cut on his temple. It stung, sharp and clean. "You have a laptop?" Brill asked. "In the back. Department issue. Secure connection." Brill grabbed it. He booted it up. Password. Blue line 123. Creative. "I'm a detective, not a hacker." Brill logged in. He navigated to the facial recognition database. "Description?" Sharp asked, driving toward the highway. "Male. White. 45. Ex-military build. Scar on his left cheek. Last seen at the convention center." Sharp glanced at him. That's half the security guards in the city. This one has a record, Brill said. Assault. Battery. Maybe a discharge from the service that wasn't honorable. He typed in the parameters. The database churned. Photos began to populate the screen. Mugshots. ID photos. Scroll, Brill said. Sharp drove with one hand, watching the road. Brill watched the screen. Stop, Brill said. He pointed to a face. Hard eyes. Crew cut. The scar. That's him. He clicked on the file. Name, Thomas Rourke. Dob. The 12th of September 1978. Service, U.S. Army Rangers. Dishonorable discharge, 2005. Current employment, private security contractor. Barack International. Barack, Brill said. Shelby's company. He works for the bad guy, Sharp asked. He works for everyone. But right now, he's working for himself. He tried to squeeze Green. Now, he's a liability. Brill checked the address. 1402 Industrial Park Road. Unit 4B. That's a warehouse district, Sharp said. South Side. It's a safe house, Brill said. Or a trap. We going. We're going. Sharp merged onto the I-90. She looked at Brill. You know, she said, for a consultant, you know a lot about hit squads and safe houses. I read a lot. Right. And I'm the Queen of England. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty. Sharp smiled. A small, tight smile. If we survive this, she said, you're buying me a drink. A real drink. Not that swill at McNally's. Deal. They drove south, into the industrial wasteland where the city hid its secrets. The rain hammered on the roof, washing away the dust but not the sins. Chapter 22. The secure connection on Gwen Sharp's laptop hummed with a digital handshake as it routed through Carver's servers. Brill sat in the passenger seat of the Honda, the rain outside blurring the industrial landscape of the south side into streaks of gray and rust. We're in, Brill said. On the screen, a chat window opened. Simple text. No graphics. Carver, status. Brill active. The city is hot. Need a trace. Carver, I saw the APB. You're famous. Multiple homicides. Brill, self-defense. Mostly. Gwen drove with one hand, her eyes flicking between the road and the rearview mirror. She was tense, her knuckles white on the wheel. She wasn't used to being on the wrong side of an APB. Ask him about the money, Gwen said. The payments Green bragged about. Brill typed. Brill, need you to follow the money. Green is paying voters. $100 increments. Crypto or prepaid cards. Carver, volume. Brill, thousands. Maybe millions. He called it stimulus. Carver, give me a starting point. Brill, Barack International. Shelby's company. They're funding the operation. The cursor blinked for a moment. Then lines of code began to scroll across the screen as Carver initiated a search. He's fast, Gwen said. He's efficient, Brill corrected. Fast implies he hurries. Carver never hurries. The laptop pinged. A file transfer began. Carver found a shell company. Civic Engagement Solutions, LLC. Registered in Delaware. Funding comes from offshore accounts in the Caymans. Linked to a subsidiary of Barack. Brill, where is the money going? Carver, it's being converted into prepaid Visa cards. Bulk purchases. Distributed through a network of community organizers in key swing districts. That's it, Gwen said. That's the smoking gun. Voter fraud on a massive scale. It's not fraud if they can't prove intent, Brill said. Green will say it's charity. Or campaign outreach. We need the ledger. The names. The dates. Brill, can you hack the ledger? Carver, working on it. Their security is military grade. Shelby isn't using a GoDaddy server. He's using a private cloud with biometric encryption. Brill, can you crack it? Carver, I can crack anything. But it will take time. I need a physical access point to speed it up. Physical access, Brill muttered. Always the catch. He looked at Gwen. We need to get into Barracuda's system. Or find someone who has access. The guard, Gwen said. Rourke. He works for Barack. He's a musclehead. He won't have admin privileges. He might have a phone. Or a tablet. Or a password written on a sticky note because he can't remember it. Brill nodded. It was a solid lead. Rourke was the weak link. He was arrogant, violent, and currently hiding in a warehouse district because he had tried to bite the hand that fed him. Brill, keep digging. We're going to get you a key. Carver, don't get caught. The bounty just went up. 700,000. Brill, inflation is a killer. He closed the laptop. Turn here, Brill said. Gwen swung the Honda onto a service road that ran parallel to the canal. Warehouses lined the water, hulking brick structures with broken windows and graffiti tags that marked territory. 1402 is at the end, Gwen said. Dead end. Park here. We walk the rest. She pulled the car behind a dumpster filled with construction debris. She killed the engine. The silence was sudden and heavy. You ready? Brill asked. Gwen pulled her service weapon. She checked the chamber. I'm a cop. I'm always ready. This isn't police work, Gwen. This is a raid. No Miranda. No warrants. We go in, we get Rourke, we get out. And if he resists, he will resist. That's why I brought this. Brill patted the MP5 under his coat. They got out of the car. The rain had slowed to a mist. The air smelled of wet asphalt and ozone. They moved toward the warehouse. Unit 4B. It was a metal building, newer than the others, with a roll-up door and a single steel entry door. A security camera was mounted above it, its red eye glowing in the gloom. Camera, Gwen whispered. I see it. Brill moved to the side, out of the camera's angle. He picked up a handful of mud from a puddle. He packed it into a ball. He threw it. The mud hit the lens with a wet thwack. The red eye disappeared. Low tech, Gwen said. Reliable. Brill moved to the door. He tried the handle. Locked. He knelt. He pulled his lockpicks from his pocket. Cover me. Gwen stood with her back to him, scanning the lot. Her gun was held low, ready. Brill worked the tension wrench. The lock was a simple deadbolt. A master lock, commercial grade. Tough, but mechanical. Mechanics could be beaten. Click. The cylinder turned. Brill stood up. He pushed the door open an inch. Darkness inside, but a faint light spilled from under an office door in the back. He's here, Brill whispered. They slipped inside. The warehouse floor was open, cluttered with crates and pallets covered in tarps. Brill moved through the maze, stepping carefully to avoid kicking loose debris. Gwen followed, her footsteps silent. They reached the office. Brill listened. Voices. He's talking to someone, Brill murmured. Tell me again, a voice said. Rough. Deep. Rourke. Why am I sitting here, instead of on a plane to Rio? Because the boss wants you close, another voice answered. Smoother. Educated. He needs to know the leak is plugged. I plugged it, Rourke growled. I handled the girl. I handled the pie. Wingfield is the only loose end. Wingfield is a problem. But you're a liability, Thomas. You got greedy. I did what I had to do. And now we have to do what we have to do. The sound of a slide racking. Cleaner, Brill hissed. They were about to execute Rourke. Brill didn't wait. He kicked the door. It flew open, slamming against the wall. 2 men inside. Rourke was sitting in a chair, a bottle of whiskey on the desk. Standing over him was a man in a suit, holding a suppressed pistol. The cleaner spun toward the noise. Brill didn't hesitate. He fired a burst into the ceiling. Drop it. Brill roared. The cleaner flinched. He looked at Brill. He looked at the MP5. He dropped the gun. Hands on your head. Gwen shouted, stepping into the room with her cig leveled. Now. The cleaner raised his hands. He looked annoyed, not scared. Rourke stared at Brill. His face was still swollen from their last encounter. He looked from Brill to the cleaner, realizing how close he had just come to dying. You, Rourke said. Me, Brill said. Looks like I got here just in time. He was going to kill me, Rourke said, pointing a shaking finger at the cleaner. Shelby sent him. Shelby sends everyone eventually, Brill said. Get up. Rourke stood up. He was big, dangerous, but he was shaken. Cuff him, Brill told Gwen. Gwen holstered her weapon and pulled her cuffs. She spun the cleaner around and locked his wrists behind his back. What about him? Gwen asked, nodding at Rourke. He's coming with us, Brill said. He has a story to tell. I ain't telling you nothing, Rourke spat. You will, Brill said. Because if you don't, I leave you here with him. And I give him his gun back. Rourke looked at the cleaner. The cleaner smiled. It was a cold, professional smile. Okay, Rourke said. I'm talking. Good, Brill said. Start with the tapes. The real ones. Where are they? Rourke hesitated. Safe deposit box. Union Station. Key. In my pocket. Brill reached into Rourke's jacket. He pulled out a key ring. A small brass key. Let's go, Brill said. Before Shelby sends the B-team. They marched the prisoners out. The warehouse was quiet again. But as they reached the exit, headlights swept across the lot. A van. Black. Unmarked. It skidded to a halt, blocking the Honda. The side door slid open. 4 men poured out. Tactical gear. Assault rifles. Contact. Brill yelled. He shoved Rourke back inside. Gwen dragged the cleaner. Bullets slammed into the steel door as Brill kicked it shut. We're pinned, Gwen said. No, Brill said. We're in a target-rich environment. He looked at the crates in the warehouse. What's in the boxes, Rourke? Ammo, Rourke said. Surplus 5.56. Brill smiled. Gwen, he said. Do you know how to make a bomb? No. You're about to learn. He moved toward the crates. Chapter 23. The warehouse was a kill box. Brill stood behind a stack of crates labeled surplus. They were filled with 5.56 ammunition, thousands of rounds packed in wood and straw. He had broken open the top crate, spilling brass cartridges onto the concrete floor. Gwen, Brill said, hand me the flare from the emergency kit in your car. Gwen was crouched next to him, her service weapon trained on the roll-up door where the bullets were currently shredding the metal. She looked at him, then at the ammo. You're going to blow up the ammo. I'm going to create a diversion, Brill said. A very loud one. Gwen didn't argue. She ran back to the Honda, staying low. She returned with a red road flare. Outside, the tactical team was advancing. Brill could hear their boots on the gravel. They weren't rushing. They were moving methodically, using the cover of their van. "Rourke," Brill said to the handcuffed man on the floor, "how much powder is in these crates?" Rourke looked at the open box. He licked his split lip. "Enough to send us all to the moon if you light it wrong." "Then I'll light it right." Brill took the flare. He struck the cap. It hissed to life, a blinding red light that cast long, dancing shadows on the warehouse walls. He dug a hole in the pile of loose ammo. He buried the flare halfway. "Move," Brill ordered. "Back door. Now." He grabbed the cleaner by his collar and hauled him up. Gwen grabbed Rourke. They ran toward the rear exit Brill had picked earlier. Behind them, the flare burned down. It hit the brass casings. It heated the primers. Pop. One round cooked off. Then another. Pop, pop, pop. Then the heat reached the critical mass. The crate didn't explode like a bomb. It erupted like a volcano of brass and lead. Thousands of rounds detonating in a chain reaction, spraying bullets in every direction. The sound was a continuous, deafening roar. The tactical team outside paused. They heard the gunfire inside. They thought they were being engaged by a platoon. "Breach! Breach!" someone yelled over the noise. They charged the front door. Brill kicked the back door open. They spilled into the alley behind the warehouse. It was narrow, lined with dumpsters and smelling of wet trash. "Go," Brill said. "To the canal." They ran. Behind them, the warehouse was a chaotic symphony of explosions. The tactical team was firing back at the cooking-off ammo, wasting rounds on an enemy that wasn't there. They reached the canal bank. A maintenance path ran along the water. "Where are we going?" Rourke panted. He was struggling to run, with his hands cuffed behind his back. "Somewhere quiet," Brill said. "Where you can tell me about the tapes." "I told you," Rourke gasped. "Union Station. Locker 442. And the key?" "In my pocket." "You took it." "I took a key," Brill said. "Now I need the code." "There's no code. It's a key." "Locker 442 at Union Station hasn't used keys since the 90s, Brill said. He stopped. He turned to face Rourke. "It's a digital system. Code and biometric." Rourke stopped. He looked at Brill. He looked at the dark water of the canal. "You're lying," Brill said. I just... You're stalling. You think your friends back there are going to save you. They're not. They're going to kill you for failing. I'm the only one keeping you alive." Brill drew the MP5. He aimed it at Rourke's knee. "The real location," Brill said. 3 seconds. Okay. Rourke shouted. "It's not at Union Station. It's in a storage unit. West Loop. You store it. Unit 119. And the key? The key is for the padlock. The code for the gate is 8852. Better." Brill looked at Gwen. "Get the car. Bring it around to the service road." "We left the car at the warehouse," Gwen said. "Then steal one. We need wheels." Gwen nodded. She ran toward the street. Brill looked at the cleaner. The man in the suit was quiet, watching with professional detachment. "You're very calm," Brill said. "I'm billing by the hour," the cleaner said. "And I have good lawyers." "Lawyers don't stop bullets." "Neither do lies," the cleaner said, looking at Rourke. "He's not telling you everything." "Shut up," Rourke hissed. "What is he missing?" Brill asked the cleaner. "The fail-safe," the cleaner said. Rourke didn't just hide the tapes. He rigged the unit. If you open the door without disabling the tripwire, an incendiary charge destroys the contents. Brill looked at Rourke. Rourke looked away. Is that true? Maybe, Rourke muttered. How do I disable it? There's a switch. Under the frame. You have to hold it down while you turn the key. Thanks, Brill said to the cleaner. Professional courtesy, the cleaner replied. I hate sloppy work. A car screeched to a halt on the service road above them. A Ford sedan. Gwen leaned out the window. Get in. Brill shoved Rourke and the cleaner up the embankment. They piled into the back seat. West Loop, Brill said. You store it on Randolph. Gwen hit the gas. Did they follow us? Brill asked. They're still shooting at the warehouse, Gwen said. The fire department is rolling. It's a circus. Good. Confusion is cover. They drove through the rain-slicked streets. The city was asleep, unaware of the war being fought in its alleys. They reached the storage facility. It was a block of orange doors behind a chain-link fence. Gwen punched in the code. 8852. The gate rolled back. They drove in. Unit 119 was in the back row. Out, Brill ordered. They got out. Brill marched Rourke to the door. Show me the switch, Brill said. Rourke knelt. He reached under the door frame. Here, he said. You have to hold it. Brill knelt beside him. He felt the switch. A small toggle. Gwen, Brill said. Watch them. Gwen kept her gun on the cleaner. Brill held the switch. He inserted the key. Turned it. The lock clicked. He lifted the door. No explosion. No fire. Inside, the unit was piled with boxes. Old furniture. Clothes. And a safe. A small fireproof box sitting on a chair. Open it, Brill said to Rourke. Rourke walked to the safe. He spun the dial. Click. He opened the door. Inside were 3 DV-cam tapes. Old school. And a stack of papers. Brill grabbed them. He looked at the tapes. Meeting 1. Meeting 2. The buy. This was it. The smoking gun. He looked at the papers. Bank transfers. Names. The ledger Gwen had asked for. We have it, Brill said. He looked at Rourke. You did good, Brill said. For a traitor. Can I go? Rourke asked. No, Brill said. You're a witness. You're coming with us. To where? To a safe house. Until this is over. And him. Rourke pointed at the cleaner. Brill looked at the man in the suit. The man who had been sent to kill Rourke. The man who had helped Brill. He's coming too, Brill said. I have a feeling he knows where the bodies are buried. I dug most of them, the cleaner said. Brill put the tapes in his pocket. Let's go, he said. Before Shelby realizes his ammo dump is empty. They got back in the car. Brill looked at the tapes one last time. Chapter 24. The car smelled of damp upholstery and the sharp tang of adrenaline that hadn't quite faded. Gwen drove, navigating the slick streets of the West Loop with a focused intensity. In the back, Rourke and the cleaner sat in silence, an uneasy truce brokered by handcuffs and necessity. Brill sat in the passenger seat, the stack of papers and DV tapes on his lap. He didn't look at them yet. He looked at the city, sliding past the window. Where to? Gwen asked. Safe house, Brill said. But not one of mine. Mine are burned. We need something off the books. Something even Shelby doesn't know about. My brother has a place, Gwen said. He's a contractor. Buying up old warehouses in Pilsen to flip. There's one on 18th Street. Empty. Secure. Does it have power? It has a generator. And Wi-Fi he steals from the coffee shop next door. Good enough. They drove south. The rain had stopped, leaving the streets wet and reflecting the amber glow of the streetlights. They reached the warehouse. It was brick, solid, with boarded-up windows and a steel door that looked like it could stop a tank. Gwen keyed a code into a lockbox, retrieved a key, and opened it. Inside, the space was raw. Exposed beams, concrete floor, dust motes dancing in the beam of Brill's flashlight. "Get them inside," Brill said. He marched Rourke and the cleaner to a structural column in the center of the room. He used zip ties to secure them to the steel beam, back to back. "Comfortable?" Brill asked. "I've had better accommodations," the cleaner said. "The minibar is lacking." "Room service is slow," Brill said. "Don't go anywhere." He moved to a makeshift table, made of sawhorses and plywood. He set down the tapes and the papers. "Gwen, get the laptop. We need to see what we bought." Gwen retrieved her computer. She set it up, connecting to the stolen Wi-Fi. Brill picked up the first tape. "Meeting 1. Do you have a deck?" Brill asked. "No. But I have a capture card. USB." She plugged the ancient camcorder Brill had found in the box into the laptop. The screen flickered to life. Grainy video. Low light. A conference room. Derek Green sat at the head of the table. Younger. Less polished. He looked hungry. Around him sat 5 men. Older. Suits that cost more than the building they were in. "That's him," Gwen whispered. "Green?" "And the Consortium," Brill said. "Turn up the volume." "Poll numbers are irrelevant," one of the men said. "We don't need a majority. We need a margin." "The margin is expensive," Green replied. "The ground game requires capital." "Capital is not an issue," another man said. Brill recognized the voice. "Shelby. We are investing in stability and return on investment." "What return?" Green asked. "Infrastructure," Shelby said. "Defense contracts. Energy rights. When you take the White House, we expect the regulatory environment to be favorable." "That's standard lobbying," Gwen said. "Dirty, but legal." "Keep watching," Brill said. He swapped the tape. Meeting 2. The same room. But the mood was different. Tense. "The Middle East is stabilizing," Shelby said. "That is a problem for our portfolio." "Peace is bad for business," Green noted, swirling a drink. "We need a catalyst," Shelby said. "A flashpoint. Iran. Or maybe North Korea. We need a conflict that requires a surge. $1 trillion surge. And you want me to provide it?" "We want you to authorize it," Shelby said. "We will provide the intelligence. The justification. You just have to sign the order." Gwen gasped. "They're talking about starting a war. For profit." "They're talking about manufacturing a crisis," Brill said. "To sell missiles and oil." He picked up the third tape. The buy. This one was different. It wasn't a meeting. It was a transaction. Green was in a hotel room. A briefcase open on the bed. Stacks of cash. $5 million, Green said. For the first round of prepaid cards. "The distribution network is ready," Rourke said. He was in the frame, standing by the door. Younger. Still ugly. "We have the organizers in place. They hand out the cards, they collect the ballots." "Make sure they're filled out correctly," Green said. "We don't want any spoiled votes." "They'll be correct," Rourke said. "We're paying for accuracy." The tape ended. Brill sat back. He looked at the papers. The ledger confirmed it all. Dates. Amounts. Names of shell companies. We have them, Gwen said. This is everything. Election fraud. Conspiracy to commit treason. Murder. It's enough to bury them, Brill said. We need to get this to the FBI. The real FBI. Not the local field office. We will, Brill said. But first, we need to make sure it doesn't disappear. He looked at the prisoners. Rourke was watching them, sweat beading on his forehead. The cleaner looked bored. You knew, Brill said to the cleaner. You knew what they were doing. I knew they were ambitious, the cleaner said. I didn't ask about the politics. I just handled the trash. Well, the trash just became toxic. Brill pulled out his burner phone. He dialed Carver. We have the package, Brill said. Is it actionable? Carver asked. It's nuclear. Tapes. Ledgers. They're planning wars, Carver. For stock prices. Upload it, Carver said. Secure channel. I'll mirror it to 3 servers in Europe. Once it's out there, they can't scrub it. Uploading now. Brill nodded to Gwen. She started the transfer. What about Shelby? Carver asked. Shelby is in town. He sent a hit team. He sent a cleaner. He's cleaning house. He's desperate. Desperate men make mistakes. He made a mistake when he missed me at the car lot. He won't miss twice. Get out of there, Brill. The upload will take 20 minutes. Then you need to be ghost. I'm not leaving yet, Brill said. Why not? Because Shelby is here. And as long as he's breathing, this isn't over. Don't be a hero, Brill. Be a survivor. I plan to be both. Brill hung up. The upload bar crawled across the screen. 10%. 15%. A noise outside. Tires on gravel. Brill froze. He signaled Gwen to kill the lights. She slapped the laptop shut. The room plunged into darkness. They moved to the window. Brill peered through a crack in the boards. A car. Black sedan. Sitting in the alley across the street. Is it them? Gwen whispered. No, Brill said. It's a single car. No tactical team. No van. He watched. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out. He was tall, wearing a long coat. He stood under a streetlight, looking up at the warehouse. He didn't draw a weapon. He raised his hands. He held a phone. Brill's burner buzzed. He looked at the screen. Unknown number. He answered. Hello, Wingfield, the voice said. Smooth. Cultured. Shelby. You found us, Brill said. You left a trail of gunpowder and dead bodies. It wasn't hard. What do you want, Shelby? I want to talk. Just us. No guns. No armies. I don't trust you. You shouldn't. But you have something I want. And I have something you want. I have the tapes, Brill said. I have the ledger. What do you have? I have a truce, Shelby said. And an offer. I'm not selling. Everyone sells, Wingfield. It's just a matter of currency. Come down. Let's discuss the exchange rate. Brill looked at Gwen. She shook her head. Don't do it. Brill looked back at the man in the street. Shelby was waiting. Calm. Confident. Give me a minute, Brill said. He hung up. He wants a meet, Brill said. It's a trap, Gwen said. He has a sniper. Or a team around the corner. Probably. But he's here. He's exposed. That means he's worried. What are you going to do? I'm going to talk to him. You're crazy. I'm curious. Brill checked his weapons. Keep the upload running. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, finish it. Send it all. And you. I'll be busy. Brill walked to the door. He unlocked it. He stepped out into the cool night air. Shelby watched him come. He smiled. I knew you'd come, Shelby said. Curiosity killed the cat, Brill said. But satisfaction brought it back, Shelby countered. They stood 10 feet apart. Two predators circling in the dark. Let's talk, Brill said. Chapter 25. The warehouse was a fortress of solitude in a city that never really slept. Outside, the sounds of Chicago, the distant rumble of the L train, the siren that never seemed to find its emergency, were muted by the brick walls and the steel door. Brill sat on a crate near the generator, cleaning the MP5 he'd taken from the gunman. He worked methodically, stripping the weapon, oiling the action, reassembling it with a series of sharp, metallic clicks. Gwen was at the makeshift desk, her laptop screen glowing blue in the dim light. She was monitoring the upload to Carver's servers and the local police chatter. The APB is still active, Gwen said, not looking up. And they've added armed and dangerous to your description. My lieutenant is calling it a citywide manhunt. It's not a hunt, Brill said, sliding the bolt home. It's a panic. They don't know where to look, so they're looking everywhere. They're looking at my apartment, Gwen said. A patrol car has been parked outside my building for 2 hours. They think I'm aiding and abetting. You are. I know. But usually, I'm the one chasing the bad guys. Sometimes the lines blur. Brill looked at the prisoners. Rourke and the cleaner were still zip-tied to the column. Rourke was asleep, or pretending to be, his head lolling forward. The cleaner was awake, watching Brill with a calm, predatory interest. You should sleep, the cleaner said. You look tired. I'll sleep when I'm dead, Brill said. That can be arranged. Brill ignored him. He checked his burner phone. It buzzed. Unknown number. He looked at Gwen. She nodded. Trace is active. Brill answered. Wingfield. Hello, old friend. The voice was familiar. Smooth. Cultured. It sounded like expensive scotch and long knives. Shelby Johnson. We're not friends, Shelby, Brill said. We're colleagues who tolerate each other. Colleagues, then. How is Chicago treating you? It's cold. And people keep trying to shoot me. An unfortunate misunderstanding, Shelby said. My team was overzealous. They thought you were a threat to the candidate. I am a threat to the candidate. I have the tapes, Shelby. I have the ledger. I know about the wars you're planning. Silence on the line. Just the faint hum of a digital connection. You have information, Shelby said. Information is valuable, but it is also perishable. If you release it, you destroy a man. Maybe a movement. But you don't change anything. The Consortium is bigger than one election. I don't need to change the world, Brill said. I just need to burn you down. You're angry, Shelby said. I understand. But anger is a poor strategist. Let's be rational. You have leverage. I have resources. Let's make a deal. I don't make deals with traitors. Everyone makes deals, Brill. It's just a matter of price. I'm in town. I landed an hour ago. I want to meet. A meet, Brill repeated. So you can finish what your hit team started. No guns, Shelby said. No armies. Just you and me. Neutral ground. There is no neutral ground. Navy Pier, Shelby said. The end of the pier. Public. Open. Nowhere to hide a sniper. Nowhere to set an ambush. Noon today. Why would I agree to that? Because I have something you want. I have everything I want. Do you? Shelby paused. You have the tapes, but you don't have the context. And you don't have the exit strategy. You're trapped in a city that wants you dead. I can give you a plane ticket, a new identity, and $5 million. I don't want your money. Then do it for curiosity, or do it for old time's sake. Noon. Navy Pier. Come alone, or don't come at all. Click. The line went dead. Brill looked at the phone. Did you get it? He asked Gwen. The call routed through a cell tower near O'Hare, she said. He's here. In the city. Navy Pier, Brill said. It's a trap. Of course it's a trap, Gwen said. It's the oldest trick in the book. Public place. False sense of security. He'll have a team in the crowd. Or a boat in the water. He thinks I'm desperate, Brill said. He thinks I'm looking for a way out. Are you? No. I'm looking for a way in. Brill stood up. He walked to the window. He peered through the crack in the boards. If Shelby is here, he's managing the crisis personally. That means he's exposed. You're not actually going to meet him, Gwen said. I have to. If I don't, he'll keep hunting. He'll burn the city down to find us. So we walk into the trap. We trigger the trap, Brill said. But on our terms. He turned back to the room. He looked at the cleaner. Your boss is in town, Brill said. The cleaner smiled. He likes to micromanage. He wants a meet. Navy Pier. Crowded. Noisy. Good place for a knifing. Bad place for a conversation. I need a distraction, Brill said. Something that pulls his eyes away from me. I'm listening. You know his protocols. How does he secure a site? He establishes a perimeter, the cleaner said. 3 rings. Outer ring is surveillance. Middle ring is containment. Inner ring is protection. He'll have eyes on every approach. So we bypass the approach. Brill looked at the map on Gwen's laptop. Navy Pier jutted out into Lake Michigan. Water on 3 sides. We come by boat? Gwen asked. No. Boats are too visible. We come from under. Under? Maintenance tunnels, Brill said. Service corridors. Every structure has guts. We just have to find them. He looked at Rourke. You did security for the pier event last year. Where are the service entrances? Rourke hesitated. He looked at the cleaner. Then at Brill. North side, Rourke said. Near the loading dock. There's a service tunnel that runs the length of the pier. Used for trash removal and deliveries. Is it secured? Keypad access. And cameras. We can handle cameras, Brill said. He looked at Gwen. Can you get us a schematic? City records? I can try. But if I log in, they might trace it. Use the burner laptop. Route it through Carver. Gwen nodded. She started typing. Brill checked his weapons. The SIG. The MP5. The knife. He was going to meet the devil at the carnival. One more thing, Brill said to Rourke. Does Shelby have a weakness? Rourke laughed. A dry, bitter sound. Shelby doesn't have weaknesses, Rourke said. He has contingencies. If you think you have him cornered, you're already dead. We'll see, Brill said. He walked to the door. The sun was coming up over the city. A gray, industrial dawn. Noon was 6 hours away. 6 hours to plan a counter-ambush. 6 hours to turn a trap into a cage. Brill felt a familiar coldness settle in his chest. Chapter 26. The wind off Lake Michigan had teeth. It bit through Brill's jacket as he walked down the north promenade of Navy Pier, mingling with tourists who were more interested in selfies than survival. The pier was a monument to distraction. Ferris wheels, beer gardens, boats promising skyline tours. It was loud, chaotic, and completely open. A sniper's nightmare, but a surveillance team's dream. Brill kept his hands in his pockets. He didn't have the MP5. It was too big to hide in a crowd. He had the cig tucked into his waistband, at the small of his back, and the ceramic knife in his boot. He walked past the crystal gardens. He checked the reflections in the glass. No tail. At least, not one he could see. But Shelby was good. He wouldn't use amateurs who looked like thugs. He would use tourists. Couples holding hands. An old man feeding pigeons. Brill reached the end of the pier. The grand ballroom. Beyond it, the lake stretched out gray and endless. A man was standing by the railing, looking out at the water. He wore a cashmere coat and a scarf that cost more than Brill's first car. He looked like a banker contemplating a merger. Shelby Johnson. Brill approached. He stopped 5 feet away. Close enough to talk. Far enough to react. "You're punctual," Shelby said without turning. "I appreciate that." "I'm motivated," Brill said. "You tried to kill me 3 times in 24 hours. That tends to focus the mind." Shelby turned. His face was unlined, handsome in a way that suggested expensive skincare and a lack of conscience. He smiled. It was a genuine smile, which made it terrifying. "Business, Wingfield. Just business. You were an obstacle. Obstacles are removed. And now you're a negotiator. That changes the dynamic." "I'm not negotiating," Brill said. "I'm dictating terms." "Are you?" Shelby leaned back against the railing. "You have the tapes. You have the ledger. You think you have the high ground. I know I do. If I make a phone call, that data goes to every news outlet in the world. Green is finished. You're finished." "Green is expendable," Shelby said dismissively. "He's a face. A brand. Brands can be rebranded. Or liquidated. But the Consortium, we are infrastructure. You can't destroy us with a news cycle. I can hurt you. You can annoy us. You can cost us money. But you can't stop us. We are the reason the lights stay on. We are the reason the gas is at the pump. We are order. You're tyrants with checkbooks. And you are what? A cowboy. A Ronin. You fight for chaos, Wingfield. You think freedom means no rules. But freedom without order is just anarchy. And anarchy is bad for business." "War is bad for business," Brill said. "Unless you're selling the bombs. Conflict drives innovation. It clarifies purpose. A nation at peace becomes soft. Complacent. We are giving America a spine. You're giving them a cage." Shelby laughed. He reached into his coat. Brill tensed. His hand moved toward his back. "Relax," Shelby said. He pulled out a silver cigarette case. He lit one, the flame flickering in the wind. "I told you. No guns." "You lied." "I omitted. I have a sniper on the roof of the ballroom. 400 yards. Crosswind is negligible. He has a shot right now." Brill didn't look at the roof. He kept his eyes on Shelby. "If he shoots me, the data goes out. Dead man switch. I assumed as much. That's why he hasn't fired. Yet." Shelby exhaled a plume of smoke. "I have a counter-offer," Shelby said. "You give me the drive. You destroy the copies. You disappear. In exchange, I give you $5 million. And I give you your life. I already have my life. Do you? You're a ghost, Wingfield. You live in shadows. You have no home, no family, no future. I'm offering you a retirement, a villa in Tuscany, a vineyard. Peace. Peace bought with blood isn't peace. It's just silence. Moralizing, Shelby sighed. It's tedious. And it's expensive. He dropped the cigarette, crushed it under his heel. You mentioned leverage, Shelby said. You think you have it all. But you forgot the most important rule of the game. Which is, always secure your assets. Shelby pulled a phone from his pocket. He tapped the screen. He turned it around so Brill could see. It was a live video feed. Grainy. Low light. A woman was tied to a chair. Her face was bruised. Her lip was split. Gwen Sharp. Brill felt a cold shock go through him. He kept his face impassive. She's tough, Shelby said. She fought. Put 2 of my men in the hospital. But numbers eventually win. Where is she? Safe. For now. But her health is declining. She needs medical attention. Shelby put the phone away. The trade, Shelby said. The drive for the detective. Straight swap. I don't have the drive on me. I know. It's at your warehouse. With the trader, Rourke. And my cleaner. Brill narrowed his eyes. How do you know? I told you. I have the city. I have cameras. I have traffic sensors. I tracked your car. If you know where they are, why haven't you hit them? Because Rourke has rigged the place, Shelby said. He's paranoid. He has explosives. If my team breaches, the evidence burns. And the girl burns with it. Gwen isn't at the warehouse. No. But Rourke is. And the cleaner. And the data. Shelby stepped closer. Here's the deal, Shelby said. You bring me the drive. Original. No copies. You bring it to me at a location I choose. I give you the girl. And I let you walk away. And green? Green wins the election. The world keeps turning. And you get to live with the knowledge that you saved one life instead of trying to save a country that doesn't want to be saved. Brill looked at the water. It was churning, gray and angry. He had miscalculated. He thought he was playing chess. Shelby was playing poker with a marked deck. If you hurt her, Brill said. If you touch her again. Then the deal is off, Shelby said. And everyone dies. Including you. He checked his watch. Patek Philippe. You have 1 hour, Shelby said. Go to the warehouse. Get the drive. Wait for my call. And if I don't, then I send you a piece of her. Just to show I'm serious. Shelby turned. He walked away, his coat flapping in the wind. He merged into the crowd of tourists. Brill stood there. Alone. The sniper was still watching. He could feel the weight of the crosshairs on his back. He turned and walked toward the exit. He didn't run. He walked with purpose. He had to get back to the warehouse. He had to get the drive. But he wasn't going to make the trade. He was going to find out where they were holding Gwen. And he was going to burn it down. He pulled out his burner phone. Carver, Brill said. We have a problem. I know, Carver said. I'm monitoring the police bands. They found your car. They're surrounding the block. Not the police, Brill said. Shelby. He has Gwen. Where? He didn't say. But he's confident. That means he's close. What are you going to do? I'm going to breach, Brill said. I need you to find a signal. He showed me a video feed. Live. Trace the source. That takes time. You have 1 hour, Brill said. Before he starts cutting. He hung up. He reached the street. He hailed a cab. Pilsen, he told the driver. The game had changed. It wasn't about the election anymore. It wasn't about the money. It was about blood. And Brill had plenty to spare. Chapter 25. The safe house wasn't on any map Carver could access legally, but it was on the one he could access through the back door of the city's utility grid. High power usage in an abandoned slaughterhouse in the Stockyards district. Fiber optic lines that shouldn't be active. It was a fortress disguised as a ruin. Brill parked the stolen taxi 2 blocks away, in the shadow of a meatpacking plant that smelled of blood and bleach even at 2 a.m. He checked his gear. The MP5. The cig. The knife. And the flashbangs he'd improvised from the fireworks he'd found in Rourke's stash. Carver, Brill said into the burner. Eyes on. I have the schematic, Carver said. Old floor plan from the 50s. Killing floor is central. Offices on the 2nd level overlooking the pens. If they're holding her, she's in the offices. Or the freezer. Let's hope not. Thermal shows heat signatures in the main building. 4 static. 2 roving. 6 hostiles. Manageable. Plus Shelby. Plus whoever else he brought in. Shelby is at the hotel. Waiting for my call. Don't bet on it. Shelby likes to watch. Brill got out of the taxi. He moved through the shadows, keeping low. The slaughterhouse loomed ahead, a massive brick structure with broken windows and a chimney that pierced the night sky like a black finger. He reached the perimeter fence. Chain link topped with razor wire. He cut a hole. Slipped through. He moved across the yard, using the rusted hulks of old delivery trucks for cover. He reached the side door. It was welded shut. He moved to the loading dock. A roll-up door. Locked. But there was a ventilation fan housing next to it. Large enough for a man. Brill climbed up. He removed the grate. It came loose with a groan of rusted metal. He slipped inside. He dropped onto a catwalk. The smell hit him instantly. Old blood. Rot. And something chemical. Cleaning fluid. He looked down. The killing floor was illuminated by work lights. In the center, a chair was bolted to the concrete. Gwen was in the chair. She was conscious. Her head was down, chin on her chest. Her hands were zip-tied behind her. Her face was swollen, one eye shut. A man stood over her. He held a pair of pliers. Where is it? The man asked. Calm. Professional. Gwen spat blood on the floor. Go to hell. The man sighed. He leaned in. Brill didn't wait. He raised the MP5. He aimed. He fired. A 3-round burst. The man jerked. He dropped the pliers. He fell backward, hitting the concrete with a wet thud. Contact, someone yelled from the shadows. Gunfire erupted from the upper level. Bullets sparked off the catwalk railing. Brill dropped flat. He crawled along the grate. Gwen, he shouted. Stay down. She looked up. She saw him. A flicker of hope in her battered face. Brill pulled a flashbang from his pocket. He pulled the pin. He dropped it over the side. Bang. White light filled the killing floor. Screams of confusion. Brill vaulted the railing. He dropped 15 feet. He landed in a crouch. Rolled. Came up firing. 2 men were stumbling out of the shadows, blinded. Brill put them down. He ran to Gwen. Can you walk? I can run, she rasped. He cut the zip ties with his knife. Take this, he said, handing her the cig. Use it. She gripped the gun. Her hands were shaking, but her finger was on the trigger guard. Upstairs, Brill said. That's where the fire is coming from. They moved toward the metal stairs leading to the offices. A man appeared at the top of the landing. He had an assault rifle. Gwen fired. 2 shots. Center mass. The man tumbled down the stairs. Nice shooting, Brill said. I'm angry, she said. They climbed the stairs. They cleared the landing. The office door was closed. Brill kicked it open. Empty. But there was a laptop on the desk. Open. A video call was active. Shelby's face was on the screen. He was sitting in a hotel room, drinking scotch. Impressive, Shelby said. You cleared the floor in 30 seconds. Where are you? Brill asked. I told you. I'm waiting for your call. But you decided to make a house call instead. It's over, Shelby. I have Gwen. I have the tapes. You have a Pyrrhic victory, Shelby said. Look out the window. Brill moved to the window. It overlooked the yard. Headlights. Dozens of them. Police cars. SWAT vans. I called in a tip, Shelby said. Anonymous. Armed gunmen holding a police officer hostage in the old slaughterhouse. They're sending everyone. You framed me. I accelerated the timeline. You can fight my men, Wingfield. You can win. But can you fight the entire Chicago Police Department? Sirens wailed in the distance. Getting closer. Run, Shelby said. Run, rabbit. The screen went black. Brill looked at Gwen. He called the cops, Brill said. They think you kidnapped me. And they think I'm armed and dangerous. We have to go, Gwen said. Out the back. Through the tunnels. Tunnels. This place used to move cattle underground. To the rail yard. The tunnels are still there. Lead the way. They ran out of the office. Down the back stairs. Into the basement. It was dark. Damp. Smelled of earth and history. Gwen found the access door. It was rusted, heavy. Brill threw his shoulder against it. It gave. They slipped into the tunnel, just as the front doors of the slaughterhouse exploded inward. Police. Get down. Flashlights cut through the dust upstairs. Brill and Gwen ran into the dark. They were underground. They were hunted. But they were together. And Brill still had the tapes. Chapter 27. The tunnels under the slaughterhouse were a labyrinth of brick and echoing water. They smelled of century-old manure and fresh fear. Brill led Gwen through the dark, his tactical light cutting a narrow beam through the dust. They emerged near the rail yard, pushing through a rusted grate that groaned in protest. The night air was cold, biting. Sirens wailed in the distance, a chorus of blue lights converging on the slaughterhouse they had just left. We need to move, Brill said. Shelby knows we're out. He'll have a perimeter set up within 10 minutes. Gwen leaned against the brick wall of a warehouse, catching her breath. Her face was a mess of bruises, but her eyes were clear. Where do we go? She asked. My apartment is burned. The precinct is burned. We go to the one person who has more to lose than we do, Brill said. Who? Karen. The campaign manager. Why her? She's part of it. She was part of it, Brill corrected. Until the guard tried to blackmail her. Until she saw Green trade her life for a polling bump. She's scared, Gwen. And scared people make mistakes. Or they make deals. She'll run, Gwen said. If she knows what's happening, she's already gone. She can't run. She's the face of the campaign. If she disappears, the media asks questions. Green needs her visible, which means he's keeping her close. Where? The hotel. The Palmer House. That's where the victory party is scheduled for tomorrow night. That's where the war room is. Brill checked the MP5. He had one magazine left. The cig he had given Gwen was full. We need a car, Brill said. They walked to the edge of the rail yard. A service road ran parallel to the tracks. A pickup truck was parked near a switchbox. Maintenance. Brill hotwired it in 30 seconds. They drove north toward the loop. The city was waking up, unaware that its streets were a battlefield. They reached the Palmer House. It was a grand old hotel, all gold leaf and marble. Security was tight. Uniformed police at the entrance. Private security in the lobby. We can't walk in the front door, Gwen said. We're not going to, Brill said. We're going to valet. He pulled the truck up to the side entrance. A valet, in a red vest, looked at the battered pickup with disdain. We're full, the valet said. Brill flashed the badge he had taken from the cleaner. It looked official enough in the dark. Official business, Brill said. Keep it close. He tossed the valet the keys. The kid caught them, looking confused but obedient. They entered through the side door. The kitchen. It was chaotic. Chefs shouting. Waiters running. Trays of food being prepped for the morning rush. Brill and Gwen moved through the confusion, blending into the flow. They found the service elevator. What floor? Gwen asked. Penthouse, Brill said. Green doesn't stay anywhere else. They rode up. The elevator smelled of bacon and floor wax. The doors opened on the top floor. The hallway was quiet. Thick carpet. Sconces on the walls. 2 guards stood outside the double doors at the end of the hall. Green suite, Brill whispered. How do we get past them? We don't. We find Karen. He scanned the other doors. Campaign staff usually stayed on the same floor, close to the candidate but not with him. He saw a room service tray outside room 1402. A bottle of wine. Unopened. 2 glasses. That's her, Brill said. How do you know? Because she's drinking alone. And she's not eating. They moved to the door. Brill knocked. Softly. Karen, he whispered. It's Brill. Silence. Then a rustle of movement. Go away, a voice said. Shaky. I'm sleeping. You're not sleeping. You're packing. Open the door, Karen. Before Shelby gets here. The lock clicked. The door opened a crack. The chain was still on. Karen peered out. She looked worse than she had at the rally. Pale. Eyes red-rimmed. What do you want? She hissed. I want to offer you a way out, Brill said. Open the door. She hesitated. Then she undid the chain. They slipped inside. The room was a disaster. Clothes thrown into a suitcase. Files scattered on the bed. A shredder humming in the corner. You're running, Gwen said. I'm leaving, Karen said. There's a difference. There's no difference to Shelby, Brill said. He knows you're a liability. The guard talked, Karen. He told us everything. And if he told us, he told Shelby. Karen sank onto the bed. He's dead, isn't he? Rourke. He's in custody. Ours. Then I'm dead too. Not if you talk, Brill said. Not if you turn state's witness. Witness to what? I didn't kill anyone. You facilitated treason, Gwen said. Election fraud. Conspiracy. That's 20 years, Karen. Unless you give us green. Green is untouchable. The Consortium protects him. Not from this, Brill said. He pulled the USB drive from his pocket, the one he'd taken from the storage unit. I have the tapes. The meetings. The buy. Karen stared at the drive. You have the recordings. All of them. And the ledger. We're going to the FBI. The FBI here is compromised, Karen said. The special agent in charge plays golf with Shelby. If you go to him, the evidence disappears. And you disappear. We know, Brill said. That's why we need you. You know who the clean agents are. You know the contacts in D.C. I have a friend, Karen said. In the public corruption unit. In Washington. She's honest. Call her, Brill said. Tell her we're coming in. Tell her to meet us. Where? Not here. Not the federal building. The border, Brill said. Indiana. State lines complicate jurisdiction for Shelby's friends. Karen looked at the phone in her hand. She looked at Brill. If I do this, do I get immunity? You get a chance, Brill said. That's more than Shelby will give you. She dialed. Sarah. It's Karen. I need help. No, not political. Criminal. I have evidence. Massive. I need protection. She listened. Nodded. Gary, Indiana. The truck stop off I-90. 2 hours. She hung up. She's coming, Karen said. With a team. Good, Brill said. Grab your bag. We can't just walk out, Gwen said. The guard's in the hall. We're not walking out, Brill said. We're checking out. He moved to the window. It looked down on the alley. Fire escape. You've got to be kidding me, Karen said. It's the only way, Brill said. Unless you want to explain to the men outside why you're leaving the party early. He opened the window. Cold air rushed in. Go, Brill said. Gwen went first. Then Karen, struggling with her suitcase. Brill followed. They descended the iron stairs. They reached the alley. My car is in the garage, Karen said. Alexis. Too conspicuous, Brill said. We take the truck. They ran to the maintenance truck Brill had stolen. They piled in. Brill started the engine. He pulled out into traffic. 2 hours to Gary, Brill said. If we make it, Gwen said. Shelby will be tracking us. Phones. Traffic cams. Turn them off, Brill ordered. Batteries out. Now. They stripped their phones. The truck merged onto the highway. The city skyline receded in the rearview mirror. They were running the gauntlet. Karen was the package. The tapes were the bomb. And Shelby was the fuse. Brill checked the mirror. A black sedan was 2 cars back. Tinted windows. We have a tail, Brill said. Police? Gwen asked. No, Brill said. Consortium. He hit the gas. Chapter 28. The highway out of Chicago was a vein of concrete pulsing with red taillights. Even at 3 a.m., the city bled traffic, a relentless flow of trucks and weary commuters trying to escape the gravity of the skyline. Brill kept the stolen maintenance truck in the middle lane, matching speed with a semi-hauling rebar. He checked the rearview mirror every 6 seconds. The black sedan was still there. 2 cars back. Maintaining distance. They're pacing us, Brill said. Waiting for a clear stretch. Gwen sat in the passenger seat, the cig resting on her lap. She was scanning the side mirrors, her face tight with pain and concentration. In the back seat, Karen was curled into a ball, clutching her purse like it contained the last oxygen on Earth. Can we lose them? Gwen asked. Not in this truck, Brill said. It handles like a brick. If we try to run, they'll pit us. If we try to shoot, we cause a pileup. So what do? We make them commit. Brill looked ahead. An exit sign for Gary, Indiana, was coming up in 2 miles. The border. Once we cross the state line, their influence thins out, Brill said. Chicago PD won't cross without authorization. But Shelby's men won't care about jurisdiction. The sedan isn't police, Gwen said. It's private security. Barack. Exactly. They're professionals. They won't engage on a crowded highway unless they have no choice. They want to force us off. Box us in. Brill saw movement in the mirror. The sedan was accelerating, moving into the passing lane. Here they come, Brill said. The sedan pulled alongside. The windows were tinted black. Suddenly, the passenger window rolled down. A man leaned out. He held a suppressed submachine gun. Get down, Brill yelled. He swerved the truck toward the sedan. The gunman fired. Bullets sparked off the truck's door panel. Brill slammed the truck into the side of the sedan. Metal shrieked. The gunman was thrown back inside. The sedan wobbled but held its line. They're trying to push us into the rail, Gwen shouted. Hold on. Brill hit the brakes. Hard. The sedan shot past them. Brill spun the wheel left, crossing 3 lanes of traffic. Horns blared. Tires screeched. He aimed for the exit ramp. We're getting off. Karen screamed from the back. We need room to maneuver, Brill said. They shot down the ramp, careening onto a surface street in Gary. It was a desolate stretch of road, lined with abandoned steel mills and empty lots. Streetlights flickered overhead. The sedan was behind them again. It had pulled a J-turn on the highway and followed them down. They're fast, Gwen said. They're persistent. Brill floored the truck. The engine roared, rattling the loose tools in the bed. He needed a choke point. A place where the sedan's speed wouldn't matter. He saw it ahead. An old rail bridge. Narrow. Rusted. Gwen, Brill said. Can you shoot left-handed? I can try. When I say now, lean out. Aim for the tires. The sedan closed the gap. It was bumping their bumper now, trying to spin them. Now. Gwen leaned out the window. She fired. Bang. 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 The sedan swerved. She missed the tires but hit the grill. Steam hissed out. But it kept coming. They have run flats, Brill said. And armored radiators. They hit the bridge. The sedan slammed into the back of the truck again. Harder this time. The truck fishtailed. Brill fought the wheel. They're going to push us off, Karen shrieked. Brill looked ahead. The bridge ended in a sharp turn. Brace yourselves, Brill said. He didn't turn. He slammed the brakes and pulled the emergency brake simultaneously. The truck spun 180 degrees. It slid backward, screeching to a halt facing the sedan. The sedan driver slammed on his brakes, but momentum carried him forward. He stopped 10 feet from the truck's grill. Headlight to headlight. Brill grabbed the MP5. Stay in the truck. He kicked his door open. He rolled out. The sedan doors opened. 2 men. Tactical gear. They raised their weapons. Brill fired first. He walked his shots across the windshield. The glass was armored, spider webbing, but not breaking. But the shooters flinched. They ducked behind their doors. Brill moved. He sprinted toward the sedan, firing short bursts to keep their heads down. He reached the front of the car. He vaulted onto the hood. He aimed down through the windshield at the driver. He fired. The glass held for 2 shots. The third punched through. The driver slumped. The second gunman popped up from behind the passenger door. He aimed at Brill. Crack. A shot rang out from the truck. The gunman dropped his weapon, clutching his shoulder. Brill looked back. Gwen was leaning out of the truck window, smoke drifting from the barrel of the cig. "Nice shot," Brill said. He jumped down. He opened the passenger door. He pulled the wounded gunman out and threw him to the ground. "Who else is coming?" Brill asked. The man glared at him. "Everyone." Brill zip-tied the man's hands. He checked the sedan. Radio, GPS, and a tablet showing their location. He smashed the tablet. "Get in the sedan," Brill yelled to Gwen and Karen. "What?" Gwen asked. "It's shot up." "It's armored," Brill said. "And it's faster than the truck. The driver is dead. Dump him." They dragged the driver out. Gwen got in the driver's seat. Karen scrambled into the back. Brill jumped into the passenger seat. "Go," Brill said. "The truck stop is 5 miles east." Gwen gunned it. The sedan roared, handling the rough road with heavy, solid grace. "We just stole their car," Karen said, breathless. "We upgraded," Brill said. He checked the radio. Static. Then a voice. "Team 2, report. Target status. Shelby." Brill picked up the mic. "Team 2 has been decommissioned," Brill said. "We're taking your car, Shelby. Thanks for the upgrade." Silence. Then a low chuckle. "You're enjoying this, aren't you, Wingfield?" "I'm surviving," Brill said. "There's a difference. The state line won't save you. I own the police in Gary too." "Maybe," Brill said. "But do you own the FBI? The FBI is slow. I am fast. We'll see who gets there first." Brill ripped the mic out of the dashboard. "Drive," Brill said to Gwen. "Don't stop for lights. Don't stop for cops. What if they block the road?" "Ram them," Brill said. "This thing is a tank." They sped through the dark streets of Gary. The industrial skeletons of the steel mills loomed over them like ghosts of a dead empire. They were close. But Shelby was right. He had resources. Blue lights flashed in the distance. Ahead of them. A roadblock. "Cops," Gwen said. "Gary PD." "Go through," Brill said. "They'll shoot. They're blocking the road because Shelby paid them to. They're not going to die for him." Gwen gripped the wheel. She accelerated. The police cars were parked across the road, lights blinding. Officers stood behind the doors, guns drawn. "Hold on," Gwen yelled. She aimed for the gap between the two cruisers. The officers saw the armored sedan barreling toward them at 80 miles an hour. They saw it wasn't stopping. They dove for the ditch. Gwen hit the gap. Metal shrieked as the sedan scraped the bumpers of the police cars. Sparks showered the windshield. They punched through. "Clear," Brill shouted. Gwen fought the wheel, correcting the slide. She got them back on the center line. "We made it," Karen whispered. "Not yet," Brill said. "We still have to meet your friend." He pointed ahead. The sign for the truck stop. Bright yellow against the black sky. They turned in. The lot was filled with idling semis. A city of diesel and chrome. Brill scanned the lot. "Where is she?" he asked. "She said by the scales," Karen said. They drove to the way station. A black SUV was waiting. Government plates. 2 men in suits standing outside. And a woman. Sarah. Karen's friend. Gwen stopped the car. "Stay inside," Brill said. "Until I clear it." He got out. He kept the MP5 low, hidden by his coat. He walked toward the agents. Sarah stepped forward. She showed her badge. FBI Public Corruption Unit. Karen? She asked. She's safe, Brill said. She has the package. And you? I'm just the delivery service. Brill signaled the car. Karen got out. She ran to Sarah. They hugged. Gwen got out. She walked over to Brill. It's done, she said. Ideally, Brill said. But Shelby is still out there. And Green is still a candidate. Not for long, Gwen said. Once this evidence hits DC. It hits the fan, Brill finished. He looked at the agents loading Karen into the SUV. It was over. For her. But for him. Shelby knew his face. He knew his name. The hunt wasn't over. It had just changed venues. You going with them? Brill asked Gwen. I have to, she said. I'm a witness. And a cop. I have to see this through. Good luck, detective. Where will you go? Brill looked at the stolen sedan. At the highway stretching east and west. I have a van to buy, Brill said. And a sunset to catch. You're not coming in? I don't do in. I do gone. Gwen smiled. Watch your back, Brill. Always. She got in the SUV. The agents drove away, merging onto the highway toward Washington. Brill stood alone in the truck stop lot. The wind smelled of diesel and snow. He walked back to the sedan. He wasn't going to DC. He wasn't going west. Not yet. He had sent the evidence. He had saved the girl. But Shelby was still in Chicago. And as long as Shelby was standing, the job wasn't finished. Brill got in the car. He turned it around. Heading back toward the city. Back toward the fire. Chapter 29. The truck stop parking lot was a sea of idling engines and chrome reflecting the security lights. Brill sat in the stolen black sedan, watching the FBI SUV disappear onto the highway ramp. Karen was gone. Gwen was gone. He was alone. But he wasn't empty-handed. He still had the USB drive with the mirror image of the data. And he had a decision to make. He could drive west. Disappear. Let the FBI handle it. Let the system work. But the system was broken. That was the whole point. Shelby had friends in the Bureau. He had friends in the Justice Department. If the evidence went through official channels, it might get lost. It might get buried under redactions and national security seals. Shelby would survive. The Consortium would survive. They would just find a new candidate. Brill turned the key. The sedan's engine purred, a low, powerful sound that felt like a promise. He wasn't going west. He pulled out of the lot, turning the car back toward the on-ramp. Back toward Chicago. He drove with the radio off. The road was a dark ribbon, unspooling in the headlights. He needed Carver. He pulled the burner phone from his pocket. He dialed. You're heading the wrong way, Carver said. He was tracking the car's GPS. I know, Brill said. I dropped the package. But I kept a copy. Why? Because I don't trust the post office. And I don't trust the FBI to deliver the mail on time. You want to leak it. I want to flood it, Brill said. I want it everywhere. CNN. Fox. BBC, Al Jazeera. The dark web. Reddit. I want it on every screen in the world before the sun comes up. That's a lot of bandwidth, Carver said. And a lot of heat. Once we do this, there's no going back. You burn the bridge, the boat, and the river. Lighting the match now. You need a connection, Carver said. A hard line. I can't push this much data over a cellular signal without alerting every NSA listening post in the hemisphere. I need fiber. Where can I get fiber at 4 a.m. without walking into a trap? There's a data center in the loop. Old building. Used to be a bank. It sits on the main trunk line for the Midwest Financial Exchange. If you can get into the server room, you can jack directly into the backbone. Address: 111 West Monroe. But Brill, it's a fortress. Biometric locks. Armed security. It makes the slaughterhouse look like a petting zoo. Does it have a loading dock? Yes. But it's gated. I'll manage. Brill hung up. He pressed the accelerator. The sedan surged. He reached the city limits in 30 minutes. The skyline was a jagged silhouette against the pre-dawn gray. He drove into the loop. The streets were quiet, the calm before the morning rush. He found 111 West Monroe. It was a monolith of granite and steel. Cameras covered every inch of the perimeter. Brill drove past. He circled the block. He saw the loading dock. A heavy steel gate blocked the alley. A guard booth stood inside. He couldn't shoot his way in. That would trigger a lockdown. He needed finesse. He parked the sedan a block away. He walked back. He approached the guard booth on foot. He walked with a limp, holding his side. He looked like a man who had been in a fight, which wasn't hard, considering he had been in 3. He knocked on the glass. The guard looked up. He was young, bored, reading a tablet. He saw Brill's bloody face. He frowned. "Help you?" the guard asked through the intercom. "I need help," Brill rasped. "I was mugged. They took my phone. My wallet. Please. Just call the police." The guard hesitated. Protocol said stay in the booth. Humanity said help the bleeding guy. "I'll call," the guard said. He reached for his phone. "Please," Brill slumped against the glass. He slid down, leaving a smear of blood from his hand. "I think I'm going to pass out." The guard cursed. He opened the door. He stepped out. "Hey, buddy. Stay with me." Brill moved. He didn't pass out. He surged up. He grabbed the guard's wrist, twisting it behind his back. He slammed the man into the booth wall. "Quiet," Brill whispered. The guard gasped, the wind knocked out of him. Brill zip-tied his hands. He took the guard's key card. He dragged him into the booth and taped his mouth. "Sorry," Brill said. "Bad night." He used the key card to open the pedestrian gate. He walked into the loading bay. He found the service elevator. Swiped the card. The doors opened. He wrote it down. Sub-basement level. That's where the fiber came in. The doors opened onto a long, white corridor. The air hummed with the sound of cooling fans. He walked to the main server room. The door was heavy, reinforced. A card reader and a keypad. He swiped the card. Red light. Damn. He needed a code. He pulled out his phone. Carver. "I'm at the door. Card isn't working." "I'm in the system," Carver said. "Override in 3, 2, 1. The light turned green. The lock clicked. Brill pushed the door open. Inside, rows of servers blinked in the dark. The noise was a steady, rhythmic pulse. The heartbeat of the financial world. Brill found the main console. He plugged in the USB drive. "I see it," Carver said. "Initiating transfer." On the screen, a progress bar appeared. "Uploading." "How long?" Brill asked. 10 minutes. It's a lot of video. Brill turned to watch the door. He checked the MP5. Half a magazine. He waited. 5 minutes passed. Then the alarms started. Not a siren. A voice. Com. Digital. Security breach. Sector 4. Lockdown initiated. They found the guard, Brill said. Hold the line, Carver said. We're at 60%. Footsteps in the corridor. Heavy boots. Security, a voice yelled. Come out with your hands up. Brill took cover behind a server rack. Come and get me, he whispered. The door flew open. 2 guards. Tactical vests. Assault rifles. They swept the room. Brill fired. Short bursts. He aimed for their legs. They wore armor on their chests. 1 guard went down, screaming. The other ducked back into the hall. He's armed, the guard yelled into his radio. We need backup. 70%, Carver said in his ear. More footsteps. A team. They threw a flashbang. Brill closed his eyes. Covered his ears. Bang. He opened his eyes. The room was filled with smoke. He fired blindly into the doorway, keeping them back. Buying time. 80%. Bullets sparked off the server racks. Sparks showered down. They're shooting the servers. Brill yelled. Doesn't matter, Carver said. The upload is in the cloud. They can't stop it. 90%. Brill checked his ammo. Empty. He dropped the MP5. He drew the SIG. Done, Carver said. It's out. Every news desk in the world just got an email. Good, Brill said. He looked at the screen. Transfer complete. He pulled the drive. He looked at the ventilation shaft above the console. He climbed up the rack. He kicked the grate. It gave way. He pulled himself into the shaft just as the guards stormed the room. He crawled. He didn't know where the shaft went. He didn't care. He was moving. Behind him, the guards were shouting. They were looking at the empty room. They were looking at the screen that said, Broadcast sent. Brill smiled in the dark. Chapter 30. The crawl across the bottom of the television screen in the 24-hour diner was red and relentless. Breaking news. Massive data leak exposes election fraud. Allegations of votes for cash scheme. Green campaign denies all charges. Brill sat in a booth near the kitchen, watching the waitress pour coffee for a truck driver who was staring at his phone with his mouth open. The world was waking up to a different reality than the one it had gone to sleep in. It was 6 a.m. The sun was coming up over Chicago, but the real heat was radiating from the screens. On the TV, a CNN anchor was interviewing a digital forensics expert. They were showing clips from the tapes. Grainy video of Green in the conference room. Audio of Shelby discussing manufactured crises. This appears to be authentic, the expert said, looking pale. The timestamps, the metadata, it all lines up. And the volume of financial records released simultaneously on the dark web makes it almost impossible to fabricate. The screen cut to a press conference outside Green's headquarters. A spokesperson was shouting over the reporters. These are deep fakes, the spokesperson yelled. AI-generated propaganda designed to destabilize our democracy. We are victims of a cyber-terrorist attack. Brill took a sip of his coffee. It was bitter and hot. Cyber-terrorist, he muttered. That's a new one. His burner phone buzzed. Carver. You're trending, Carver said. I'm sitting in a diner eating eggs. I'm not trending. The leak is trending. #GreenTapes is the #1 topic globally. The servers in Europe are melting down from the traffic. People are downloading the Ledger, faster than we can mirror it. What about the reaction? Panic, Carver said. Wall Street futures are down 4%. Defense stocks are tanking because the war for profit memo leaked. The consortium is bleeding money by the second. Good. But they're fighting back. Their PR firms are flooding social media with bots. Claims that the tapes are Russian disinformation. Or Chinese. Or Martian. They're trying to drown the truth in noise. It won't work. The evidence is too specific. The names. The bank accounts. They know that, Carver said. That's why they're moving to Phase 2. Phase 2. Scapegoats. I'm monitoring their internal comms. They're cutting Green loose. Brill looked at the TV. Green was now on screen, giving a speech from a podium. He looked defiant, angry. He was doubling down. They're going to sacrifice him, Brill said. They're going to erase him, Carver corrected. And anyone else who can connect them to the money. Including Rourke. Including the cleaner. Including you. I'm hard to erase. You're a ghost, Brill. Ghosts are easy to exorcise if you have enough money. Get out of the city. Not yet. Why? You won. The bomb went off. Because the blast radius hasn't hit Shelby yet. He's the architect. Green is just the contractor. If Shelby walks away, he builds another candidate next year. Shelby is insulated. He's not in the videos. His voice is on the tapes, but he'll claim it's a voice actor. He has layers. I'm going to peel them back. How? By going to the one place he thinks is safe. Where? The victory party. Tonight. At the Palmer House. That's suicide. The place will be crawling with feds and consortium security. Exactly. It's the eye of the storm. Shelby will be there. Managing the fallout. Trying to spin the narrative. Brill, listen to me. Take the win. Walk away. I can't. Why? Because he has my van, Brill said. Metaphorically speaking. He hung up. He left cash on the table. He walked out into the morning light. The city felt different. Tense. People on the street were looking at their phones, whispering. The illusion of order had cracked. Brill needed a suit. A good one. He couldn't walk into the Palmer House looking like a homeless man who had just crawled out of a ventilation shaft. He went to a department store on State Street as soon as it opened. He bought a charcoal suit, a white shirt, a silk tie. He paid cash. He changed in the dressing room. He looked in the mirror. The bruise on his temple was turning yellow. His eyes were tired. But the suit fit. It was armor. He walked out. He needed an invitation. He called Gwen. She didn't answer. She was likely in debriefing with the FBI or in protective custody. He called Karen's number. It went to voicemail. He was on his own. He walked to the Palmer House. The streets around the hotel were barricaded. Media vans lined the block. Protesters were gathering, chanting, "Lock him up," and waving signs printed with screenshots from the video. Chaos. Brill moved through the crowd. He watched the perimeter. Police were everywhere. But so were private security. Barack men. He recognized the earpieces, the way they stood. They were nervous. They were looking for threats. Brill walked to the staff entrance. The same one he had used with Gwen. The valet was gone, replaced by a cop. Brill kept walking. He circled the block. He found a delivery truck idling in the alley. A catering van. Mario's Fine Foods. The driver was arguing with a security guard at the gate. I got 20 trays of shrimp here. You want them to spoil? List says no deliveries until 2 p.m., the guard said. The party starts at 6 o'clock. The shrimp needs to be prepped. Brill walked up to the driver. He tapped him on the shoulder. Problem? Brill asked. This guy won't let me in. Brill looked at the guard. He flashed the badge he still had. Let him in, Brill said. We need the food. The candidate is hungry. The guard looked at the badge. He looked at Brill's suit. He looked at the chaos on the street. Fine, the guard said. But you vouch for him. I vouch. Brill climbed into the passenger seat of the van. Hey, the driver said. You can't drive, Brill said. Or I tell him to search the shrimp for explosives. The driver drove. They rolled into the loading dock. Brill got out. He walked into the kitchen. It was even more chaotic than the night before. Chefs screaming. Waiters running. The news was playing on a TV in the corner, fueling the panic. Brill grabbed a tray of champagne glasses. He held it high. He walked out of the kitchen and into the service corridor. He found the elevator. He took it to the ballroom level. The doors opened. The ballroom was being set up. Balloons. Banners. A stage. It looked like a funeral for democracy. Shelby was there. He was standing in the center of the room, shouting at a group of men in suits. He looked frazzled. His tie was crooked. I don't care about the polls, Shelby yelled. Fix it. Spin it. Call the network heads. They're not taking our calls, sir, one of the men said. The advertisers are pulling out. Then buy new advertisers. Brill set the tray down on a table. He walked toward Shelby. Shelby saw him. He froze. The men around him turned. You, Shelby whispered. Me, Brill said. Security, Shelby screamed. They're busy, Brill said. Watching the front door. Watching the shrimp. He stopped 5 feet from Shelby. It's over, Shelby. The world knows. The world forgets, Shelby spat. Give it a week. A new scandal. A celebrity divorce. They'll move on. Not this time. The money trail is public. The shell companies are burned. The FBI is raiding Barracuda's offices in Virginia right now. Shelby went pale. How do you know that? Carver told me. He's thorough. Shelby looked around the room. He looked trapped. You think you've won? Shelby asked. You think destroying me saves the country? I think it's a start. You're a fool. There are others. The Consortium isn't just me. It's a hydra. Cut off one head. And I'll burn the stump, Brill said. He reached into his pocket. Shelby flinched. Brill pulled out a phone. Not a gun. He held it up. Smile, Brill said. You're live. He was streaming. To Carver. To the world. Say hello to the internet, Shelby. Tell them about the Hydra. Shelby stared at the phone. He realized what was happening. He wasn't just losing an election. He was losing his anonymity. He turned and ran. He ran toward the exit. Run. Brill shouted after him. Run like the rabbit you are. Shelby burst through the doors. Brill lowered the phone. The men in suits were staring at him. Anyone else want to be famous? Brill asked. They scattered. Brill stood alone in the ballroom. The balloons bobbed in the air conditioning draft. He had broken the machine. But Shelby was still loose. And a wounded animal was the most dangerous kind. Brill checked the time. The party was supposed to start in 4 hours. It was going to be a hell of a night. Chapter 31. Chapter 30. The Palmer House was a fortress under siege. Outside, the protests were loud and growing, a restless tide of anger fueled by the live stream Brill had unleashed. Inside, the panic was quieter but far more dangerous. Brill stood in a service stairwell on the 14th floor, listening to the radio he'd taken from the security guard. "Eagle is secure," a voice said. "Holding in the suite. Primary is requesting extraction." Primary was green. "Negative," another voice cut in. "Shelby. Extraction is compromised. Hold position. Initiate protocol, red." Protocol red. It sounded like something from a bad movie, but coming from Shelby, it sounded like a funeral. "Carver," Brill whispered into his burner. "What is protocol red?" "I'm scanning Barracuda's internal comms," Carver said. "It's a contingency code. Asset liquidation. They're not extracting Green. They're scrubbing him. They're going to kill him. And blame it on the radical mob outside. It's perfect. Green becomes a martyr. The movement solidifies. And the Consortium walks away clean, mourning their fallen hero." "Who's the shooter?" "Shelby has a team on the roof. Snipers. Or maybe he sends someone into the room. A trusted lieutenant. Rourke is with us. The cleaner is with us. Shelby is running out of friends. He doesn't need friends. He needs a gun." Brill, if Green dies, the narrative shifts. The evidence becomes a smear campaign against a murdered patriot. "You lose." "I know. You have to save him." "I hate saving politicians." "Consider it saving the truth." Brill checked the SIG. 7 rounds. He checked the MP5. Empty. He dropped it. It was just dead weight now. He moved up the stairs. The hallway on the penthouse floor was quiet. Too quiet. The guards who had been there earlier were gone. Pulled back to the suite. Or dismissed? He walked down the corridor. The carpet swallowed his footsteps. He reached the double doors of the suite. He tried the handle. Locked. He kicked it. The door splintered but held. He kicked it again. Harder. It flew open. Brill rolled into the room, coming up in a crouch, gun ready. The suite was expansive. A living area, a dining area, a bar. Derek Green was standing by the window, looking out at the city burning below. He held a glass of scotch. His hand was shaking. He turned when Brill entered. He didn't look surprised. He looked resigned. "You," Green said. "Are you here to finish it?" "I'm here to save your life," Brill said. "Get away from the window." "Why?" "The sniper is already there. I saw the laser." Green pointed to the glass. A small red dot was dancing on the pane. "Get down," Brill shouted. He lunged. He tackled Green just as the glass exploded. Crack. The bullet hit the wall where Green's head had been a second ago. Plaster dusted the air. "Stay down," Brill yelled. He dragged Green behind a heavy sofa. "They're trying to kill me," Green whispered. "Shelby, he said he'd handle it." "He is handling it. You're the loose end, Derek. You're the liability. I'm the candidate. You're a headline. Martyred candidate inspires nation. It plays better than fraudster indicted for treason." Another shot. This one hit the sofa, punching through the leather but stopping in the frame. "We need to move," Brill said. "The sniper has the angle." "Where do we go?" "The bathroom." No windows. They crawled across the floor. Glass crunched under their knees. They reached the bathroom. Brill shoved Green inside and slammed the door. It was marble. Safe. For now. What do we do? Green asked. He was hyperventilating. The arrogance was gone, replaced by the terrified reality of a man who realized he wasn't the player, just the piece. We wait, Brill said. For what? For Shelby to realize the sniper missed. And send in the ground team. He's here. He's in the building. He won't leave until you're dead. Brill checked the room. One door. No vents large enough for a man. They were trapped. Do you have a gun? Brill asked. No. I hate guns. Pity. You're about to wish you had one. Brill looked at the mirror. He saw his own reflection. Tired. Bloody. Listen to me, Brill said. When they come through that door, I'm going to kill them. You stay in the tub. You don't move. You don't speak. Why are you doing this? Green asked. You hate me. I despise you, Brill corrected. But I need you alive. To stand trial. To look the camera in the eye and tell the world what you did. I can't. They'll kill me in prison. Better than dying in a hotel bathroom. A noise in the outer room. The door to the suite opening. Footsteps. Heavy. Tactical. Clear left, a voice said. Clear right. Check the bathroom. Brill stood by the doorframe. He held the cig in a two-handed grip. He took a breath. The handle turned. The door opened. A flashbang rolled in. Brill didn't look at it. He kicked it back out. Bang. It exploded in the bedroom. Screams. Brill stepped out. Two men. Stunned. Blinded. He fired. Double tap. Double tap. They went down. Clear, Brill said. He grabbed Green. Let's go. Where? To the lobby. To the press. They'll arrest me. That's the point. They ran out of the suite. The hallway was empty. They took the stairs. Down. 14 flights. Green was panting, sweating through his suit. I can't breathe. Breathe later. They reached the lobby level. Brill kicked the door open. The lobby was chaos. Police. Reporters. Protesters who had broken through the barricades. Brill dragged Green into the center of the room. Here. Brill shouted. Here is your candidate. The cameras turned. The flashes blinded them. He's alive, someone yelled. Arrest him. Police officers swarmed them. Brill let go of Green. He stepped back. He saw Shelby. Standing near the elevators. Watching. His face was a mask of fury. He had lost. Green was alive. The martyr narrative was dead. Shelby turned. He walked toward the rear exit. Brill saw him go. He looked at the cops surrounding Green. He looked at the cameras. He could stay. He could take the credit. But that wasn't the job. The job was to fix the mess. And there was one piece of trash left to take out. Brill slipped through the crowd. He followed Shelby. Chapter 32. The service corridor behind the ballroom was a labyrinth of concrete and conduit, smelling of ozone and floor polish. Brill moved fast, following the echo of footsteps ahead. He knew where Shelby was going. The loading dock. The escape route. Shelby wasn't running scared. He was running strategically. He had lost the battle for the narrative, so he was cutting his losses and preserving the asset, himself. Brill burst through the double doors onto the loading dock. It was empty, except for a black sedan idling near the ramp. The driver was waiting. The rear door was open. Shelby stood by the car. He was on his phone, calm, composed. He looked up as Brill appeared. He didn't panic. He smiled. "You're persistent, Wingfield," Shelby said. "I'll give you that." "I'm thorough," Brill said. He stopped 10 feet away. He didn't raise a weapon. He didn't have one anymore. Just the knife in his boot and the rage in his chest. "You saved him," Shelby said, shaking his head. "A tactical error. Green is a liability. A dead martyr is useful. A live defendant is a disaster. A live defendant is justice." "Justice," Shelby scoffed. "A fairy tale for people who can't afford better lawyers. Green will never see the inside of a cell. He'll be tied up in litigation for 10 years. He'll write a book. He'll go on talk shows. And eventually, people will forget why they were angry." "They won't forget the tapes," Brill said. "They won't forget the war you planned." "Wars happen," Shelby said. "Whether I planned them or not. I just tried to make sure we were on the winning side. You tried to profit from the bodies. Profit is the only metric that matters. It builds the roads. It funds the hospitals. It pays for the very freedom you think you're defending." Shelby signaled the driver. "I'm leaving now. You can try to stop me. But my driver is armed. And I suspect you're empty." Brill looked at the driver. A big man. Tactical vest. Hand on a pistol. "You're right," Brill said. "I'm empty." He took a step forward. The driver raised his gun. "Don't," Shelby said. "Let him watch. Let him see that even when he wins, he loses." Shelby got into the car. He closed the door. The window rolled down. "Goodbye, Wingfield. Try not to get killed by the police on your way out." The car started to move. Brill didn't chase it. He didn't throw a rock. He just watched. Because he knew something Shelby didn't. The ramp leading out of the loading dock was steep, narrow, and at the top of the ramp, a white van was blocking the exit. The catering van. Mario's Fine Foods. The driver Brill had strong-armed earlier was standing by the grill, smoking a cigarette. He looked down at the sedan coming up the ramp. He smiled. He dropped the cigarette. He got in the van. He put it in reverse. He backed down the ramp. Shelby's driver slammed on the brakes. The sedan skidded. The van hit the sedan. Hard. Metal crunched. Glass shattered. The sedan was pinned against the wall. Brill walked up the ramp. He moved slowly. The driver was dazed, airbag deployed. Shelby was in the back seat, shouting into his phone. Brill reached the car. He opened the rear door. Shelby looked at him. The composure was gone. For the first time, Brill saw fear. Real fear. "You," Shelby whispered. "Me," Brill said. He reached in. He grabbed Shelby by the lapels of his expensive coat. He dragged him out. Shelby struggled. He wasn't a fighter. He was a man who paid people to fight. Brill threw him against the concrete wall. "You think you're untouchable," Brill said. "You think money is armor. I have immunity." Shelby shouted. "Diplomatic passports. Connections." "Not here," Brill said. "Here, you're just a guy in a parking garage with a broken car." He heard sirens. Close. The police were swarming the building. "They're coming," Shelby said, laughing breathlessly. "They'll arrest you too. Multiple homicides. Kidnapping. You're going down with me." "Maybe," Brill said. He leaned in close. But I'm not the one who ordered a hit on a presidential candidate. Prove it. I don't have to, Brill said. Green is alive. And he's talking. Right now. To the FBI. To the press. He's telling them everything. About the money. About the war. About you. Shelby's face went white. He wouldn't dare. I own him. You owned him, Brill corrected. Now he's selling you to buy a plea deal. The police burst onto the loading dock. Freeze. Hands in the air. Brill stepped back. He raised his hands. Shelby looked at the police. He looked at Brill. He realized the trap had closed. He straightened his coat. He tried to regain his dignity. I demand to speak to my attorney, Shelby said to the officers. You can speak to whoever you want, a sergeant said, slapping cuffs on him. After we book you for conspiracy to commit murder. They led Shelby away. He didn't look back. Brill stood there. An officer approached him. Gun drawn. You too, the officer said. Turn around. Brill turned. He saw the catering driver. The man winked. Brill smiled. Officer, a voice said. Gwen Sharp walked onto the dock. She was battered, bruised, but she held her badge high. He's with me, Gwen said. Federal witness. Protective custody. The officer hesitated. He's a suspect. He's the reason you caught the big fish, Gwen said. Let him go. The officer lowered his gun. He looked at Gwen. He looked at Brill. Get him out of here, the officer said. Before the captain sees him. Gwen nodded. She grabbed Brill's arm. Come on, she said. We have a ride. They walked past the wrecked sedan. Past the van. You saved Green, Gwen said. I saved the case, Brill said. And Shelby? He's done. Green will bury him to save himself. It's the nature of the beast. They reached a side exit. A black SUV was waiting. Sarah, the FBI agent, was behind the wheel. Get in, Gwen said. Brill got in. He looked back at the hotel. The lights were still on. The party was over. But the cleanup was just beginning. And for once, Brill wasn't the one holding the broom. He leaned his head back against the seat. He was tired. But he was alive. Chapter 33. The airfield was a strip of cracked asphalt cut into the cornfields an hour south of Chicago. It was the kind of place used by crop dusters and people who didn't want to file flight plans. It was dawn. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue, innocent of the chaos that had consumed the night. Brill leaned against the fender of the black SUV he had arrived in. Gwen sat in the driver's seat, the door open, 1 foot on the ground. She looked exhausted, her face a map of bruises under the harsh morning light, but she was smiling. You're sure about this? She asked. I'm sure, Brill said. The city is too loud. And I've worn out my welcome. The FBI wants to give you a medal. Or a subpoena. They haven't decided yet. Tell them to mail it. A small plane taxied toward them. A Cessna Caravan. Rugged. Reliable. The pilot killed the engine. The prop spun down to a halt. A man jumped out. He was tall, dark-skinned, moving with the easy grace of someone who had survived wars on 3 continents. He wore a leather jacket and sunglasses, despite the early hour. Carver. He walked over to them. He carried a heavy canvas duffel bag. You look like hell, Carver said to Brill. You look like you slept in a hotel, Brill countered. I did. Room service was excellent. Carver dropped the bag at Brill's feet. It hit the ground with a heavy, metallic thud. Payment. In full. plus a bonus for the hazardous working conditions. And the van? Brill asked. Carver pointed to the hangar. The door was open. Inside sat a Ford Econoline. White. Unmarked. Lifted suspension. Solar panels on the roof. It looked like it could cross a desert or survive a siege. Registered to a shell company in Nevada, Carver said. Clean plates. Full tank. And the back is stocked. Food. Water. Ammo. You think of everything. I try. Carver turned to Gwen. He extended a hand. Detective Sharp. Good work. Gwen shook his hand. She looked at him with curiosity. You're the voice in the computer. I am many things, Carver said. Most of them classified. What happens now? Gwen asked. With Green? With Shelby? Green is in custody, Carver said. He's cooperating. Singing like a bird to avoid a treason charge. Shelby is being held without bail. His lawyers are trying to claim diplomatic immunity, but the State Department revoked his passport 10 minutes ago. He's not going anywhere. And the election? Suspended. Emergency measures. It's a mess, but it's a democratic mess. Better than the alternative. Carver looked at Brill. You did good, Brill. You stopped a war. I stopped a sale, Brill said. The war is always there, waiting for a buyer. Cynicism suits you. It's not cynicism. It's experience. Brill picked up the duffel bag. He walked to the van. He opened the side door and threw the bag in. He looked back at Gwen. You going to be okay? He asked. I'll be fine, she said. The captain is calling me a hero. I think he just wants to be in the movie. Don't let them cast you as the victim. Never. Brill walked back to Carver. One thing, Brill said. The cleaner. The one Shelby sent. What happened to him? Disappeared, Carver said. Walked out of the chaos at the hotel and vanished. He sent me an invoice this morning. For consulting services. Did you pay it? Of course. Good help is hard to find. Brill smiled. He shook Carver's hand. I'm going dark, Brill said. No phones. No internet. Just the road. Understood. Don't call me Carver. I won't. Brill got in the van. He started the engine. It rumbled to life, a deep steady sound. He put it in gear. He drove out of the hangar. Past the plane. Past Gwen and Carver standing on the tarmac. He turned onto the county road, heading west. The sun was behind him now. The road ahead was open. Empty. He rolled down the window. The air smelled of corn and diesel. He drove for an hour. Then 2. The landscape changed. Flat fields gave way to rolling hills. He reached for the radio. Turned it on. Music. Classic rock. No news. He smiled. He was free. But he kept his eye on the rearview mirror. Habit. And on the passenger seat, next to the map, sat a burner phone. It was off. The battery was out. But he hadn't thrown it away. Because he knew the truth. The road didn't end. It just circled back. And somewhere, sometime, the phone would ring. It always did. Brill settled back in the seat. He watched the white line on the asphalt. For now, the silence was enough. Conscripted, free on BOOKFUNNEL. Render. Operative. Sideways. Choke point. Decreed. In the dark. Credible threat. Border wars. Devil's rope. Target rich. Danger close. Blood ransom. Ghost coup. Foreign target. Judge's gambit, free bonus. Dead drop. Colombian gold. Vegas debt free. No known connection. Plus. Zero trace, an action-adventure thriller. Perimeter, a military adventure thriller.